Hello everyone, welcome along to Wednesday at the MODUS Super Series, and this is the point where the first player for Saturday night will be confirmed as Group A comes to its culmination here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, realistically, there's 5 players still in that race for first place, and yesterday delivered drama off the Richter scale. Mike Huntley broke his duck when it came to win to the Live Lounge, defeating Robbie King to claim his opening honours. Patrick van der Boogaard picked up another couple of wins. He could still win the group, but there's plenty of traffic in front. Jared Cole won a hat-trick of matches in the middle of the session, but missed doubles in the final game, leaving his final day up in smoke. John Henderson won 4 from 5 on day 2, the move or moving day, and just a couple of points off top. Wesley Plaisir looked like he was about to break the back of the group midway through the session when beating Robbie King. However, a slow end to the day saw him on top points. It's a group that is still in the possession of Robbie King. Despite a mid-session wobble, the Aussie is on 14 points heading into day 3. Yeah, it's going to be a day full of drama, and talking about drama, here's Glenn Durran up here on the balcony to talk all about it and all about what we saw yesterday. Robbie King still top of the pile, but he had a little bit of a wobble in the middle of that session yesterday.
Oh, it's very much all to play for. It's been a very interesting group here. Full of quality, full of drama, but the most consistent player so far has been Robbie King, and that's why he's top of the group at the moment.
Well, John Henderson had the best day of anyone yesterday. He was the big mover on moving day. Robbie King still can't be dislodged at the top of the table, but the gap just 2 points. And there was a point yesterday where Wesley Plaisir, when he beat Robbie King, he had that opportunity to really take command of the group, and it never quite materialised for him.
Yeah, I've been slightly disappointed with Wesley Plaisir in a sense that I was expecting really big things. I think part of me subconscious was thinking he was going to just bang 100 averages in for fun, and there's elements of game that slightly disappointed me because he's a wonderful talent, and maybe today is the day we see the best of him.
No, sorry, so that is the table. 2 players on 10 points. They're probably both going to have to win the lot today if they're going to make their way through, but they're not out of the reckoning whatsoever. Right, so that is the table. Let's see what the bookies think about today's action. Now, Mike Huntley not in that mix. He can't mathematically qualify. Robbie King goes off the 9-5 favourite. What do you make of those odds, and can anyone dislodge Robbie King at the top?
Yeah, like you said, for Jared and Patrick, they've got to play 5, win 5, and possible rely on others as well. So potential value there, and Jared Coley is a type of player that if he gets a little bit of momentum, but you know, when we talk about consistency, you know, he's been inconsistent throughout, whereas that top 3, I don't think I've ever stood here on the final day of a group where you cannot separate the top 2. The fact that Robbie King's got them 2 points at the beginning, you'll hear in comms quite a lot today that the next game is absolutely massive. I think we'll see more ups and downs than a roller coaster, so it's going to be a fascinating day. Sit back and enjoy.
Is it going to be about that almost mini-series of matches between the 3? If someone can win both of those, they're in pole position.
Yeah, I think we said very first game on Monday, the games between Wesley Plaisir and John Henderson could dictate who wins the group there, but then you've got to bring it to the fact that now Robbie King's playing so well. And like I said, don't rule out them 2 guys, Jared and Patrick, who'll be feeling good, but they've got to have a day. They've got to have a day of utter perfection.
They're going to have the day of days. Well, the Bet Builder is having a day of days. These are the accumulators that you've been picking at home, and we put it into a handy little acca for you. So it pays just over 4.5 to 1 today. And these are the selections. John Henderson to get the better of Robbie King, and then King to beat Cole, and then Wesley Plaisir in a handicap against Mike Huntley.
Yeah, some interesting ones there, but I think Robbie will be downstairs looking at that slide right now and thinking, once again, the public and people are underwriting me, because he was disgusted at the fact he was 16-1 to win this group. And like I said, if he does win it, we did highlight it that was the value for money bet. So once again, he'll be out there to try and prove people wrong. Like I said, it's a good. I can't wait for it to start. The two players are behind us now. Let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah, it does as Tips maybe getting one right for a change with Robbie King. Right, game one of our day sees Wesley Plaisir, the reigning World Masters champion, in action. He's looking to be the master of the live lounge here this week. He takes on his compatriot Patrick van der Buhada. And watching this one in the commentary box, Glenn Dowen is going to make his way down to join Matthew Edgar. Good morning, Matt.
Morning, Henry. Morning, everyone joining us today on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the conclusion of Group A here in Week 11. Just 2 places left still in Champions Week. Who will be the first man into the finals to try and book one of those slots? Patrick van der Buhada, the 28-year-old from Holland, travelled over with Wesley Plaisir, his more experienced Dutch counterpart. We didn't really know what to expect from Patrick, but he's acquitted himself really well. He's been 50% in his games. He's won 5 of them so far, sat on 10 points, and he's still in the running to win this group, but he's going to have to be perfect today,
First flag, Wesley to throw first.
Completely go through the card, winning all 5 fixtures. He's got his hands full, though, here against big Wesley Plaisir, the 2022 World Masters champion. But he did have a good 2022.
100.
He also reached a quarter-final on a European tour as well on the PDC. But he hasn't quite followed through. We expected him to go to Q School and pick up his tour card. And as Glenn Durant was saying up on the balcony
25.
there, feels like it's just been a little bit disappointing at times from Wesley. But I will say, average yesterday of 89.39 is exactly his seasonal
97.
average. And maybe... are we in that position where we say Wesley Plaisir, we watch him now through eyes of expectation and high expectation that maybe it sometimes
30.
feels like he's not doing as well even when he is?
Yeah, the expectation's got to come from him, though. Like I said, it just feels a little lethargic when he's been here this week. And now he's up against it. We might see the real best of him. And Patrick has not come out the traps here, which will be a delight for Wesley because they did play the first game on Monday. And Wesley
59.
really did a number on Patrick. But that was a case of roles reversal yesterday when Patrick got the better of Wesley. So the 1-1 so far. But you do feel if
44.
Patrick loses this game, he's then fighting for Group B and C. Whereas Wesley, if he can get through this game, he'll have the eyes on the prize of being top of the group.
I think the way the fixtures
100.
are broke down today
Wesley
as well,
Carl,
Jared Cole will be licking
138.
his lips. He takes on Michael Huntley in game number 2. Huntley only picking up the 1 victory so far. So you mentioned about this table being quite
98.
congested. It's going to bunch up quite a lot more over this first couple of laps of fixtures.
Yeah, you're going to have the ups and downs today. Like I said, just settle down and watch it with us, just like Patrick's settling all of a sudden now.
140. Wesley Carl 40.
And this is the area that Wesley will want to tidy up a little bit, just be a little bit more dominating and
Game shot
execute
the
those
first flag.
doubles.
Wesley Plaisir.
Exactly like that. It's a lovely 17 dart at the start. It's nice and professional, nice and comfortable. He looked a little tired yesterday, and Matt near the end, he was yawning a couple of times
Second leg,
on there.
Patrick to
And
throw first. Game on.
like I said, I think it's business today, and I think we're all waiting for him to really set this competition alight and see if today is that day.
100.
For Patrick, it's been a very interesting week. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching him. He's the guy who I probably knew least about. You know, in 2019, he was representing his
140.
country, Holland, in the Six Nations, and actually played on the European Tour and the PDC, and travelling around and doing challenge tours, etc. And I can see why. I can see why.
125.
Fundamentally sound, technically very, very good. Really, you know, a real delight, aesthetically pleasing on the eyes. He throws a dart, whereas
60.
his big issue right now is that he's not playing a lot of darts, and that sort of concluded really when he was getting to the business end of legs, and he was missed an awful lot of doubles, which
60.
he can correct. But I think overall he can look back at a satisfactory day, and he can be, you know, a real force in Group B or C, whatever that will be.
81.
Well, it was definitely an improved performance yesterday. 27 darts less at a double yesterday, despite the fact he had the same conversion rate of 15 in terms of the hits. But you mentioned there when Wesley was throwing at tops about his doubles percentage.
111.
He was only
82.
23% yesterday. You feel that's going to go up a little bit?
Yeah, he's a very softly spoken guy, is Wesley. You know, as he's throwing a dart there, you think he's going to be a
34.
very
Patrick Carr,
aggressive.
36.
He likes to fist pump, and Patrick hit that 180 there. Sort of complimented. No need to panic just yet. A decision to be made. Now he can bust. Oh, the big one.
28.
With Wesley all the way back on 186.
140. Patrick Carr, 8.
The opening day, Patrick really struggled on the doubles. He did tighten up a little bit yesterday. Which version of we're going to get here on day 3?
Well, I feel it's the better version, just looking at the way he prepared for these doubles. This is a big dart already in this match, and it's not easy.
4. Wesley
Like I
Carr,
said, he
46.
set himself up nice. I really fancied that. And with Wesley, he had a 17 darter in the first leg. He has the opportunity to replicate that here with a single-digit number. Not that one. There'll be a double 14, double 9, and what makes it really tricky, that double 14 might be covering that double 9. This is not easy. Yeah, he's made a
37.
real mess of that, and
Patrick Carr, 4.
Patrick will be surprised to be back for his 7th visit at the board.
Bit of a mess there from Wesley.
Game shot on the
Patrick
second leg.
finally
Patrick
gets
van den
over the
Boogaard.
line. Gets this back to a level game. A nice little holder throw, and that'll just settle him in. He knows that the scoring power is
Third
there.
leg Wesley to throw first.
14
Game on.
scores of 180 so far this week. Makes him the biggest 180 hitter of them all.
140.
Always nice to have a little weapon, a little bit of a tool like that in the back pocket.
$96.
Yeah, he might need to go downstairs. Like I say, I'm not the biggest fan of that dart. It's that,
40.
like I said, that bulbous barrel there, and that very long stem he's using. But he just lethargically walks back. It might be a strategic
55.
to keep his blood pressure down and that, but I'd just like to see a bit of fire in the belly from this man. And like I said, what you'll see here is very talented, but now I can see
95.
why he's not a Pro Tour card. I can see some flaws in his game, but you know, the positives outweigh the negatives. He's an unbelievable player.
We've watched him play now for 10 matches
58.
so far this week. We're going to see him for plenty more. And you mentioned about those doubles percentages. Actually, when we look across at all of his 10 matches, it's down at 27%.
Tell what I did notice there, Matt, as you were
100.
number crunching there. His first time as he walked to the hockey, he went, come on. Like you said, there needs to be that internal motivation from it. All just seems very much like I'm just down the local dog and
45.
duck
Wesley
and just
Carr,
having a few darts with a...
126.
No, he's here at the MODUS Super Series now. He needs a bit of fight. Sensible route of going. He can lay up now.
86.
On the 1-2-6, predominantly players will go treble 19, but the fact is players on 2-4-7. He had the opportunity there just to lay up. And once again, after 15 darts, he's left himself the double.
77.
This time,
Wesley
he doesn't
Carr,
want to mess
40.
about. In the first leg, he hit it with a second dart. He used this as his aimer.
Game shot on the third
This time
leg.
he's
Wesley
nice and
Brazier.
direct, a much better start. To get the 2 points and get himself up to 14, joining Robbie King is the plan. Put all the pressure on Robbie King and John Henderson for that
Fourth leg
massive
Patrick
game
to
coming
throw
up on
first.
game
Game
3.
on. $140.
All going to be unfolding today. We will keep you updated with all the different possibilities.
140.
Because we will be separating all the players into different pools at the end of the day. Group B, Group C, or directly to Saturday.
96.
Go past go and collect your hundreds of pounds.
Don't ask me why. But last night I was listening to some
134.
music. As you do, watching a little bit of darts, and the song Big Stuff came on. Do you remember that song from Soccer? And I thought that's a
Catwalk
great
song.
nickname. Great nickname for Wesley Plazzi. I don't know if he has a
95.
nickname. I'm just looking at my notes here. But I thought it's a fantastic walk on that song and a decent nickname. So I'm going to start calling him
Wesley,
100.
big stuff.
Passenger
Plazier.
car 170.
This from a guy who walked out to Angels.
Blame Mac Elkin for that. He'll stay there.
96.
Now, it
Where's
wouldn't be
the
a
car
week at the MODUS Super Series
127?
with Paul Hinks without a 1-2-7 in game. So treble 19 for the bull. There's the preppy. This is what I've not seen from him.
102. Passenger car 74.
I think he can understand the importance of that as well, but this is all about making sure you hit the 14, the treble is the bonus. Don't hit the 11, because that means you're going to go to a bull rather than a double. No doubt he'll prove me wrong.
The fourth leg.
Of
Patrick
course
van
he'll
den
prove me wrong,
Boogaard.
because everyone knows what my predictions are like. But it's really important, missing big numbers when you're on them combination finishes. But he got away with it with that superb bullseye
This
there.
leg, Wesley to through first.
Now
Game
a
on.
best of 3 game, Matt.
Yeah, he had to really dig out a bullseye finish there just to keep hold of his throw, but that
180.
is how you keep hold of your throw. When you open like that, forces your opponent to be perfect while relying on your mistakes. Really does
96.
take firm hold of a leg when you kick off with a max.
Yeah, Wesley's been the better player throughout. It's just a little bit of... The
98.
excitement grows as the 4th treble goes in there, but he'd be delighted after 6 starts to be on 2-2-3. Even a 180 here from Patrick would only bring the match level. So much to like about Patrick.
140.
I think he's going to play a lot more darts from here. I think this is going to be really encouraging for him to play on an international stage like this and be
95.
as competitive as he has been. I think he's probably going to go back. He's going to get the diary out. He's going to look at the darting calendar, and I reckon we're going to see a little bit more of him.
And that's the opportunities that the MODUS Super Series
57.
has given players.
Where's the car
I've
128?
seen a few players come from Holland. I mean, last time it was the Belgian guy Sven Verdonk who I was hoping would play himself into a bit of form. Great player when I was on the
78.
circuit, but it just didn't work out for him. Big Ben as well. You know, he come, it just didn't work for him. But this guy, I think, he'll go away very, very satisfied. He's going to put some pressure on this
96. Where's
208.
the car 50?
So quite simply, if you're ever in this circumstance, don't even think about the double. Just don't miss that big number. Then reset, exactly what he's doing here, and then be aggressive on this double. That's unlucky.
18.
That first one,
Passenger
just the way
car
it sat there, he'd be
112.
disappointed with that. And as a player on 1-1-2, you just feel this is a free roll because it hasn't been in the leg. Now he's going to get a dart or a double. These are huge moments. It's double 18.
94. Where's the car 32?
Well, he's in that bracket again, isn't he? 15 to 18 darts. He's got a handful. Hold on to the throw. And that
16.
is a big miss.
Passenger
That is
car
a big
18.
opportunity now for Patrick to step in, break the throw. And when you look at how the game was going, this would be a bit of a surprise
Game
result.
shot on the 5th leg.
Because it
Patrick
looked
van
like
den
Wesley was
Boogaard.
going to run away with this one. The stats and the in-running averages suggested the same as well. He's 8 points behind, which means he needs an extra 3 darts. But those 3 darts
6
came
leg
in the
Patrick
form
to
of missed
throw
doubles
first.
for Wesley
Game on.
Plazier at the wrong time. And that's the timing that sometimes is required.
And the 2 big winners from that statistic there is John Henderson and Robbie King. And I just sense we're next door to the
135.
guys. There's a real good atmosphere in there. One of the better ones. You can see friendship and relationships have been formed, but it's all business when it comes to
91.
game on. And I think it's Robbie and John will be watching this, you know, in the corner of Patrick van den Boogaard.
Make a note of the time 9:49 a.m. in the morning. Because
58.
at 9:49 a.m., I'm going to state that I think Jared Cole is going to play himself into a position today where we're going to be talking about him at the end of it. Maybe not as the winner, but
85.
as somebody who will be in a moment where he could really be in a position to top this group. At the moment, he is 5th in the table.
Yeah, but once again, we're overlooking Patrick as well, because I think Patrick and Jared are in
58.
exactly the same situation. Both have to win 5 out of 5 today. Once again, a little come on there from Wesley. That little bit of aggression internally that I've been asking from him.
140.
And that's the return there. But one big score here from Patrick. Now, all of a sudden, this game, and this is the beauty
40.
of best of 7 games. This is the beauty of the MODUS Super Series. And a match can just turn straight away. I like the bullseye next, but he stayed there, and that's 2 beautiful
140.
140s. We asked to see the best from Wesley. He's up against it right now.
Patrick just looked at the scoreboard there with a half smile, almost to say, well, that's my opportunity gone. It was an opportunity that was sort of handed to him.
100. Wesley car
But you feel like
45.
he's not going to get handed another one. He's going to have to carve out his own opportunities.
Yeah, I think the fact he's been missing that double 16 is...
25.
I never liked
Wesley car
that.
110.
I always think that that's his go-to double, just maybe correct it on the dartboard rather than going about. And there's just part of me really fancies this. He likes to go down the 19s bed. Yeah, that was a... He normally goes a 19s treble 17 route.
50.
Amazing what you can do up there.
Wesley car 20.
No more messing about Wesley.
2 from 13 on the outer ring
Game
so
shot on
far,
the
but
six
that is
flag.
the
Wesley
biggest start that he has
Plazier.
thrown so far in this match. Breaks the throw straight back after being broken. Takes us all the way to a deciding leg in the opening fixture of the day.
Yeah, both are in the
7 and
same
final
team
leg,
in the
Wesley
Six
to third
Nations
first.
for
Game
Holland,
on.
and this is the format, one leg. And I used, for some bizarre reason, even 5 or 6 years after I stopped playing for England, when I was in a one-leg
137.
shootout, my mind would go way back to when I was playing for England in the World Cup Newfoundland, where it was just a one-leg match, or go back to my local league games when they were just one legs. That's a wonderful start from Plazier, and all of a sudden, his back was up against the wall, and right now he's a big, big favourite,
39.
especially after them 3 darts from Bohada.
He got backed into the corner and he's come out windmilling.
96.
Just a treble a visit now is more than enough to keep Patrick at arm's length and keep it within his own hands.
But every time we write Patrick off, he comes back with a meaty score. It just keeps him
140.
involved. He's like a little terrier on your ankles. He just keeps biting away. And Wesley really needs a treble. He'll go back to the treble 20 bed.
58.
And that wasn't ideal. And all of a sudden, Patrick was never in this game. And a 140 here makes it very interesting.
Get the sense you're a bit hungry over there. Meaty and
96.
biting in the same sentence there, Glenn.
Well, I've had my porridge. I'm a healthy type of guy.
60.
Once again, trebleless. Well thrown darts, no reward. Patrick is right back in this match, but he needs a treble. He'll go downstairs. Oh no, that's the last thing he needed. I did say it was going to be a roller coaster today, didn't I?
44.
This first match.
Wesley car 150.
Both players going through the emotions really early, and that can be draining. Certainly when you're looking at a long day like today.
94.
Huge last dart. Really gives himself opportunity here. Patrick can only now hit and hope, where had that last dart not gone in the treble, there would have been a lot of hope.
135.
There's the
Wesley
terrier
car
biting at that
56.
angle. Big fat 16 for the match. It's not just about the game, it's about the
Game
league table,
shown
and
in
it's
March.
Dutch
Wesley
delight
Plazier.
for Wesley Plazier. A fantastic way to start the day. 7-leg thriller there. The two good friends, but you can see the relief there from Wesley Plazier. He'd be absolutely delighted to get over the line there. It takes him to 14 points as well, which is really important. He can improve, but it's a winning start. Will it be a winning start for Jared Cole? He's up next against Michael Huntley.
very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Wesley Plaisir got the better of Patrick van der Buhada by 4 legs to 3, doing so average just under 91 and 4 out of 15 on the finishes. So that puts Plaisir on to 14 points, level with Robbie King at the top of the table. As for Patrick, it condemns him to number 10. Well, as far as Jared Cole is concerned, after that result, well, he's going to have to pick up victory here in this match against Michael Huntley to stand a chance to stay in the race for first place. If he does, it means that he'll be a couple of points off the pace setters, with Henderson and King yet to go. Right, lights out and away we throw with Matt and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. And the man in your picture is just a little bit off air. My co-commentator, Matthew Wegger, feels might have a fantastic day today. Quite simply, at the beginning of play, you felt Patrick van der Buhada had to win 5 out of 5. He failed in his first match in that thriller with Wesley Plaisir, but Jared Cole is opening his campaign against Mike Huntley, who's had a very difficult week. But as you can see, he's still smiling away. I was talking to his travel partner yesterday, was picking him up after the competition. And, you know, it must be difficult, Matt, him playing, sat on only 2 points. But I said he's got to be playing, thinking about that momentum going into Group C tomorrow. Because, you know, if you're just playing 15 and winning 1, it's just going to take that into tomorrow. Or if
First
he can have
leg,
his
Mike,
best day today,
first.
and quite simply, he can take that
Game
on to
on.
tomorrow. But it's getting down to a double, which has been his problem. Can he find his scoring boots today?
You've always got to find something to be positive about. Positivity breeds positivity. If you focus on the negative, you'll only get negative
64.
things. You start focusing on the positive side, you'll ultimately get more good things. And one of the real positive things that we can say about Michael Huntley
59.
is his checkout percentage over 2 days has been one of the most incredible performances of finishing I've ever seen. Over 2 days, he's running at an average of 54.28 on
60.
his finishing. That is incredible over 10 matches. The biggest problem with that, though, is the fact that he's only thrown 35
125
darts at a double across his 10 matches. When you look at everybody else, the closest to him is 41 darts at the double. It just shows
140.
how much he has been completely outscored when he's been playing these matches.
57.
And Mike Huntley is a really good player. He's played at the World Masters. He's played at the World Seniors. He had a fantastic run at the England Open last year as well, where he reached the quarterfinals, and
41.
he beat 2 MODUS Super Series Yorkshiremen on his way, Darren Johnson and Dave Ladley, to get there. So he's got the pedigree. Like I said, what's impressed me most is that he's
85.
not sulking and crying about the situation. It looks like he's coming in today with a real determination again. Like I said, he just needs to find that scoring boot. And that's a worry for me, that he's staying on the treble 20 bed
60.
there, all underneath the treble. And 196 there, 96 score, a couple of treble 19s. But sometimes the fear when you're not scoring well, you have
59.
this obsession
Mike Ricard,
of staying on the treble
136.
20 bed. You'll have to stay on it this time, though. Just dropping low, Matt.
And the angle of entry's completely off as well. You
60.
see one
Jared
left, one
Ricard,
up, one right.
116.
He really hasn't got the weight of the dart this week. That's been something I've highlighted as a bit of a concern throughout. Jared Cole, double 18.
98.
That was
Mike
the start
Ricard,
of the misery
76.
once again there for Michael Huntley. But this is where he's been good. This is his strength.
It's all about that first dart, and we expect it with double 8, because we haven't shut up talking about how he doesn't miss doubles.
60. Jared Ricard, 18.
What do we know, Matt?
I mean, that second dart was so well. I don't know how he's managed to get that inside the dart and not go in the wires.
Because he's bottom
Game
of the
shot on the
table,
first leg.
and that's what
Jared
happens when
Cole.
you're bottom of the table. When you're top, you kiss off the first piece of tungsten, and it goes in, and Jared Cole just mops up that double 9. We do feel
Second leg, Jared
that
to
there's
third
something
first.
special
Game
about
on.
this young man, but so inconsistent this week. I mean, at times his 180s just look as good as anything, and then you'll get darts flying in the 5s and 1s.
65.
And I had a practice with Matt last night, didn't I? And I had a few bounce out. I'll have to sort my points out. What was it like taking a leg off me
100.
for the first time?
It's quite interesting to see, actually. You had a few maximums in there yourself, didn't you?
45.
Yes, I'm working hard on my game. I've got the World Seniors where hopefully Michael Huntley will be there. He's been fantastic in the qualification to get to
100.
the World Seniors. He's been one of the big hitters on there. I think he's sat in second place in the qualification, so he's really enjoying that. Babyface, didn't realise he was over 50.
125.
See why he gets his nickname now. But he's no Wesley Plazier, is he?
55.
One of the things no one's ever said about you is, how are you playing the seniors, Glenn? I've never heard anyone question that.
Yeah. I just get invites. Does what does it does.
140.
Jared's starting to find his scoring boots here now. And he did have 60 points on the floor as well, remember, in this leg.
60.
He's technically only thrown 11 darts to get to the
126.
126. The treble 20 didn't register. Needs to be retrieved for the score to count.
86.
Soft tip, though, that would have counted. He would have got the 125.
Yeah, I haven't played a lot of soft tip. That might be a conversation we can have. And like I said, when I'm working with Matt Edgar, it's really important that we get some social media interaction.
24.
The tweet
Jared
out now as we
40.
sort of get to the meat of this competition. Well, Jared Cole really wants to get involved in a big victory here.
Game
He's
shot in
just
the
what the
second
doctor
leg.
ordered
Jared
in
Cole.
that double 10 there. He's just beginning to sort the double issues out that he had on day one, which plagued him. And no doubt he's a guy who I think self-reflects looking at his social media. He'll
Third leg,
highlight
Mike,
his
to third first.
disappointments when
Game
he's
on.
had a bad week. And he'll be focusing on the positives as well right now. And if he can get a big 4-0 victory here, I think that'll be a real foundation for him.
137.
I think that, for me, is why we're probably seeing that little bit of inconsistency this week with Jared Cole,
81.
because he didn't come here off the back of a successful run on that development tour. He came here sort of not feeling too confident of it. He did take to his social media. He took to his Facebook
95.
account and put on there that he didn't play well, he didn't feel well, and he's looking to find
60.
something here. And ideally, you don't want to be going on that stage looking for something. You need to cross that yellow line with completely different attitude.
Yeah, I'm a big fan
100.
of social media. I mean, I've been there and done it, but I think there should be something where players are banned from writing anything for 24 hours because you write so much with emotion.
180.
The times I've wrote a status and then deleted it the next day. Jared Cole hits his first max of the day.
60.
I think he'll stay there purely because of the number that he's on. He doesn't want to take that 0 off. He's going to have to now, though.
36.
And that's that
Mario Kart
inconsistency.
109.
We say inconsistency the last 3 visits: 60, 180, 36.
There lieth the problem.
If.
42. Jared Car 144.
Just took a couple of big finishes out this week. This is one of them, the 144. Did that on the opening day.
96. Microcar 67.
5 ton-plus finishes from Jared Cole. Wasn't able to add to it on that occasion. And Huntley looked disgusted with that dart of the 17s.
35. Jared Car 48.
I think we'll put the voodoo on him with the doubles. He can't buy one now. The double 8. This is not easy. He might have to go right at the top of that double 8.
40. Microcar 32.
No, fantastic referee. Wasn't sure with that. That's not easy either. What have we
16.
done, Matt?
Jared Car 8.
Hasn't missed a double all week until we highlight it. Just a case of Jared mopping this up now. These two had
4.
a game on Monday.
Microcar 16.
Exactly the same. It was just missed double after missed double.
Is the point that we highlighted this, though, something that Michael Huntley's become aware of, and it's actually
Game shot on
pressured
the
the
third
doubles a
leg.
little
Mike
bit more.
Huntley.
He does get back on track there. But it took him 9 attempts in which to finally convert. That is not
Fourth leg
something we'd
challenge to
associate
first.
with
Game on.
Michael Huntley. He only had 13 darts at the double across his whole day yesterday, for which he managed to hit 7 of them.
140.
when you get legs like that and it gets a bit scrappy, for Jared, he can just be like, well, at least it wasn't a breaker throw. He can just carry on with the game.
22.
Where for Michael Huntley, it's almost relief.
The only thing you've missed off there is the fact that players now have this obsession with averages.
140.
I don't know if either of these players are that. I wouldn't expect it with Mike because he's a bit more old school. But with Jared, not only do they want to win these days, they want to win handsomely. And I think when you have a leg, your mind goes, oh, just
81.
taking my average down and down and down. Like I say, I'm so old school. I just wish we had a win-lose and that was it. Forget the numbers, forget the stats.
60.
You don't have the
100.
lose column, you just have the lose
Got to do a
column,
car
don't you?
161.
And decides not to listen to that. I'll leave that to the DRA.
97.
And after that messy third leg, Jared Cole, after 12 darts, 164, and looking very, very comfortable to take a 3-1 lead.
60. Got to do a
Good
car
response
64.
as well after missing an opportunity to break and make it a lot more comfortable. It didn't fluster him. He just
32.
completely outscored Michael Huntley in this one, which is something we've kind of been saying throughout the week. I think he does have a long day ahead of him today, unfortunately, Michael Huntley. But what he does have is he does have a
77.
Group C
WR
campaign still to come
32.
Thursday, Friday, where essentially everything that's happened over these last couple of days means nothing to him.
16.
Problems continue for
Mario
Jared.
car 161.
They did start on Monday. 15 from 67 darts. Was improved yesterday, but it seems to be going back to type.
Yeah, you can see how he felt about that
78.
because I think it's
Gotta
the
do a
way
car
he released
16.
that dart. He thought that was going to be in the treble. 17. And for Jared Cole, he's got to stop
Getting shot on
messing
the fourth
around and
leg.
just
Jared Cole.
smash the dart in like that. And there's the nod of appreciation there. Quite simply forget averages. Jared just simply get the 2 points on the board and get on to what's going to be a huge
Fifth
next
leg Mike
game
to
for
through
you
first. Game on.
against Robbie King. Yeah, you talked about that win-loss and the ratio there. I'm just looking at the head-to-head against a
96.
Matthew Edgar, 2019 Pro Tour, the last 1-8, 6-0 to Durrant. Players' Championship, 2019.
134.
Durrant, 6-3. You won 3 legs off me once. And in the last game where I broke my arm during the game and you were coughing, 6-5.
62.
Do you remember that day I said, would you stop rattling your darts?
No.
Don't you really?
I remember he said something, and
Yeah.
then I was like,
100.
what are you on about? And he was just like, oh, nothing.
Yeah, you were rattling your darts. Very irritating. Very upright there is Mr. Huntley. We've had a bit of a difference
100.
of opinion on what I think would help Michael's throw compared to what Matt would think. But just look at the elevation of that wrist there. I don't think I've ever seen one come so
55.
flat. He must be double jointed. There's nowhere near that same elevation on the hand. So if you just focus on the hand of Michael there, that
100.
wrist, then watch this from Jared Cole. I mean, that goes back. That's a real opportunity to really use your wrist and fingers when you're throwing a dart. And I think that's why it
128.
just
Michael
looks
car
so good
143.
when the darts are flying in. Is this a must hit already? He's 63.
119.
Beautiful setup.
car
Over to
84.
Jared Cole for the match.
Bit of a bonus shot here because this is on the Huntley shot, on the Huntley throw.
70. Michael
Able
car
to convert
24.
Michael Huntley's strength. Here's the doubles. But that's a long way off. I think that's closer to the treble than it is the double. He looks absolutely disgusted with himself. But a switch over to double six. Oh, he's chasing it round to the threes.
Getting shot on the fifth leg. Mike Huntley.
No reaction. But he is still in the action. Over to you, Jared Cole. Can we smell what the Jared is cooking? He's a chef. by
6 leg Jared to through
trade.
first. Game on.
Well, I don't think he'll be getting a Michelin star for this performance, but he will definitely want to get them 2 points on
59.
it. Hasn't been vintage by any stretch of the imagination. bordering. I think he'd be a little bit disappointed. And for Mike Huntley, he knew what he wanted to do today. I did speak to him this morning. He's a great guy.
28.
It just hasn't gone to plan for him. Maybe just trying too hard. And right now, Jared just needs to take any tension out of that body. Just
60.
keep it simple.
$85.
Again, just before the match started, myself and Matt felt that there'll be a lot of 4-3s today. Because of the tension.
180.
Because of the ups and downs, what's going to happen there? That 180 there now makes it Jared a big, big favourite for this
60.
match.
And when you hit them sort of shots against someone who's been struggling for the week, when that little bit of timing comes in, they just go, oh,
60.
here we go again.
And they would just as well throw Matt. This time, no reward. That's why I don't think anyone, apart from Phil Taylor, will ever master this game.
34. Jared Yukar, 142.
That 180 has bought him plenty of time. Time is something he's going to
56.
need, though. He's making a bit of a mess. A lot of troubleless visits today from Jared Cole so far, but still going with that statement. I do think we're going to see a bit of a charge from him as the day goes on.
81.
The only thing he can
Jared
do
Yukar,
here
86.
is win the points. It doesn't matter how.
Yeah, if he's going to be a charge, he'll have to play better than this, but he'll know that. He doesn't need to go. Treble 20 is the shot there, but all the frustration, he just wants to get it done to bed. But
Game
that's the way
shot
to do
on
it,
the
Jared
match.
Cole. That's a
Jared
big
Cole.
4-2 victory. It wasn't vintage, it wasn't pretty at times, but in the end, it's all about the 2 points. Poor Mike Huntley will not want to look at them stats there. We wax lyrical about his checkout ratio, and 2 from 12 there was an absolute disaster for him. For Jared Cole, it was a win. Wasn't spectacular, but he's up and running. And next up, what a match. This whets the appetite. It's Robbie King against John Henderson. Don't miss that one.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Jared Cole get the better of Wesley Plaisir by 4 legs to 2. So that is the conclusion of our second match of the day. Let's get the thoughts then of what we have seen then so far by heading down to the commentary box and having a chat with Matt and Glenn about what we've seen so far today. 4-2 victory for Jared Cole puts him in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, my co-commentators in the Jared Cole fan club, he really fancies him to go 5 out of 5 today. But going back to that first game, that Wesley Plaisir game, at 3-2 down, it was not looking good for him, and he showed something. I still think the best is to come for Wesley, but what a wonderful finale we have to this Group A today. It's going to be an unbelievable conclusion, and the next game is going to be an absolute cracker.
This is the type of game that can set the stall, can't it, Matt?
This is one where the loser's going to be very heavily affected in this situation, because we've seen Jared Cole pick up points now from the bottom. Wesley Plaisir's picked up his points as well. So it is going to start bunching up, but I do feel like the story is in front of us, not behind us. We've got an awful long way to go here, and we're only coming into lap number 11 of fixtures. This one's going to come down to the wire all day.
Are we saying there's 4 horses in the race, chaps?
Yeah, I think Patrick's out of it now. I think when we've done the number crunching this morning, it felt like Jared or Patrick had to win 5 out of 5, and that disappointing loss to Wesley, for me, rules him out. But so many positives from Henry. I've been really, really impressed with him there. But he just needs to find that killer instinct in Group B or Group C where he will be. And I still think he's got an awful lot to play for. I still think there's a massive difference between playing in Group B and Group A. Just the fact that you're playing quite late at night, which players are used to, and that 3 from 5 ratio.
Well, a big game coming up here. Robbie King taking on John Henderson. And, well, chaps, might as well hand it back to you.
Yeah, thanks again, Henry. But, yeah, really looking forward to this one. I was really looking forward to seeing the order of play today. And this one straight away in the first game really stood out. Robbie King has been absolutely superb, and I've had a lot of feedback from a lot of the Australian friends and family of his and compatriots, pairs, partners, and yeah, he's left a big impression here because he was a massive outsider for this group on Monday. If you haven't been watching, he was 16-1 to win this group, and he certainly got my bet of the week in a sense that I really fancy. I thought it was fantastic value, but John Henderson, special player, been there, done it, and got 20 t-shirts. He's just a wonderful man, a great guy, just an unbelievable personality for the game. It's just a joy to see him here at the MODUS Super Series.
First.
And when the moment comes, usually the big men sort of stand up and be counted. Will this be the day that John Henderson really kicks into his A game? But he's proved us wrong all week, this man. Will that trend continue, Matt?
Well, if you want to talk about trends,
40.
I can give you another trend to look at that may continue. John Henderson's best match of the day on Monday was fixture 1 of 5.
83.
His best game on day 2 was fixture 1 of 5. This fixture, the first fixture of the day, when all that preparation has gone in and you're
96.
preparing for that opening match. Robbie King, best fixture. Match 1 on both days as well. Both of these players, that tells me they know how to prepare. They've got their routines down to a T, because when they know the time of their first match and they're
43.
preparing for that first game, when you're fresh and you've had the most time on the practice board, they're able to convert that into their best performances. However, something's got to give, because they both can't win this fixture.
I just think, is it time for John Henderson? We've talked so much about Robbie. Let's find out a little bit about him now, because now it's the word expectation.
30.
It's
John
nice
Lucar,
when you're the underdog.
138.
You think of the 16-1, but now we know what he's all about. Now he's favourite to win the group. And I just think that's music to John Henderson's ears now. Maybe a little bit of pressure's off him now.
58.
He can really start rocking and rolling that hockey and start playing his brilliant best. But he's the one that's come out the traps today, Hendo. I'm afraid Robbie King is still in the practice
19.
room.
John Lucar, 80.
For the third day running, Hendo hits the ground running. And it's tops for a 15 dart breaker throw. Doesn't
40.
have to be. Robbie King a long way back, so John Henderson has time. And you mentioned about him no longer being the favourite to win this group. It's very, very fractional in the second favourite, but he's actually the second favourite to win the entire week.
Game shot on the first leg, John Henderson.
Great start from Henderson, but I have noticed on that tops, he loves that first dart just above it and uses that as a marker. I'm a big fan of that. Sometimes when you go
Second leg, John to the first, game on.
For a target, you have the temptation or just the way the dart flies, just to dip low. So it'll be job done so far. Now he's already broke him. Now he can kick
140.
And this is the start that Robbie King feared.
It's not only that, Robbie King's got to watch 93. That legs difference because John Henderson is his biggest rival in terms of the closest to him. And every time John Henderson wins a leg, he's also going to take
80.
one off of Robbie King as well. Robbie King could end up coming into this match in first position and leaving in third. Welcome to Wednesday.
82.
He looks a little bit more nervous, Robbie, today. I think he's a guy who just loves playing darts, so
100.
It wouldn't be the end of the world if he got to second or third place, because he'll be back playing in Group B and another 10 matches under his belt.
He's off to the local open tonight, isn't he?
125.
Yeah, a lot of the players over the years who've been at the Portsmouth Super Series have gone on to a competition in Southampton tonight.
45.
So Hendo will be going.
I think Hendo will be tucking himself into bed with a haggis and a can of iron brew.
100. John Newcar, 136.
I thought it was only me that talks food. Come on, he says.
85.
What a last start that is. Purely the
101.
fact that 101 is a finish we often practice. But you think it's 1 in 3 chance of getting it, but that's a great start. He's going to have one dart at tops with Hendo sat pretty.
81.
Here we're going
John
in
Newcar,
Monday,
51.
Tuesday. So watch out for this 2 darts at tops. Just make sure you do the simple process first. How is he going to do this? Is he going to be aggressive? There's the marker.
31. Robbie Newcar, 20.
Henderson broke in the opening leg. Robbie King got one more dart to get it straight back.
Being shot on the second leg, Robbie King.
Big last dart there, and John Henderson was fully aware he was watching over the shoulder. It's not always something we'd associate with John Henderson, what I like to call meerkatting at the back of the stage, where they're just sort of piquing the interest and trying to peer as what's going on over the top.
Yeah, one thing Robbie King doesn't do, it's been fascinating watching him as players have been on doubles. He literally looks up at the
100.
balcony where he's drinking his water and you're just hoping not to hear the referee shout game shot.
Now, I played on this stage in the last phase in week 12.
140.
And one thing I can say is when you look out, because of how the lighting is with the stage set, it's so good because it's like looking into the abyss. It's like looking into a black hole.
58.
You can't really pick anything out. It's a fantastic watch just to look out into that space, and you don't pick out people, you don't pick out a
62.
balcony, you don't pick out the shapes. It's just darkness. It's such a lovely illusion.
Yeah, it's like looking in your wallet. Tight.
61.
Oh. He went to a local supermarket Monday, bought a loaf of bread and a block of cheese.
48. $46.
Expected better from King, and I think he'd have expected better himself. And John just sort of looked there to say, he ain't playing his best here. Now is the time to capitalise.
120.
And that looked in, that final dart. He's just not finding his range at the moment, Robbie. been
28,
so
John
consistent,
Lucar,
and I can tell if you haven't been
131.
watching the past couple of days, he has not been throwing the darts like that. He's been super straight. 71 left, treble 13. The double 16.
99.
And time on his hands here to get a breaker throw again. That'd be the third break in a row. And I always find that's a sign of an edgy game, a sign of players that are trying to read the
58,
situation
John
a
Lucar,
bit too much.
32.
I think they both look edgy, and the fact that John was looking over the shoulder
Game shot on the third leg. John
as he hits that
Henderson.
double 16, not his favoured area of the board. Obviously, John is a tops man, so there's always that little bit of relief when you hit a double. You just feel like a shake of the head. And that time reading that as if he's saying, I feel better
Fourth leg,
than
John
this.
to
I know
first.
my
Game
opponent's
on.
not playing very well. So come on, John, let's just kick in. You've got this. Whereas Robbie King, he's a very, very confident young man.
85.
And I'm seeing for the first time this week just a little bit of tension in those eyes and those shoulders.
134.
But he's had many questions asked this week, Matt, and he's always had the answers. Will that continue? Because you don't often give this guy, he's a real front runner, is John Henderson.
180.
And when he gets that rhythm going, Matt, there's no one better.
I'd like to say with Robbie King, I'm seeing a bit of awareness of the situation. And the darts are
45.
going a bit more wayward here. But just to give you a bit of a guide in how the week's gone so far, John Henderson averaged 86 on the opening day and then improved to a near 91 average across all his matches yesterday. Robbie King, same theme.
45.
84 on the opening day, rose to an 86. So both players getting better as it goes. Until this point, you said a roller coaster of action today.
85.
Well, I think at the moment Robbie King is just coming over the hill on that big first drop, and he's on the way down at the moment, down the big one.
60.
Yeah, and something you picked up very early when we spoke to Robbie on Monday morning. The only player he knew was John Henderson. The only player where we felt he was showing some frailties was against
60.
John Henderson.
John Lucar, 131.
Yeah, one apiece in the matches so far, but by a long stretch, this is Robbie's worst game of the week. And that will hurt because he's got that lead. He has, every time he has that opportunity, he's to go
91.
4 points clear. Something happens. Even Michael Huntley beat him when he had the opportunity to go 4 points clear. And like I said, you said awareness. I'm just thinking a little bit of expectation.
99. John Lucar, 40.
And with that, both of those sort of words
Game
would
shot on
give
the
you the
fourth
same
leg.
result,
John
which is the one we're
Henderson.
seeing so far. John Henderson is getting the result. And at the moment, on your live in-play table, John Henderson is your new leader. But just look at that
Fifth leg, Robert
outside
to
line.
first. Game on.
We have three players top of the table as things stand, only separated by 2 legs after 11 fixtures.
41.
We're on game 3 at the moment. Game 5. Wesley Plazier against John Henderson.
180.
And John Henderson looks like he wants to get this one done early. Legs could be a big factor. We've just shown you the table.
100.
You know how this could break down.
Yeah, Robbie's over here for 2 weeks. No doubt Tiffany
100.
and Grace will be watching at home as well, cheering him on. And yeah, telling me about his dad, Jimmy King. Also was a great dart player as well. So
60.
I have had a lot of contact. I'd love to hear from, you know, the people living in Australia watching him. I've been talking to Raymond Smith, James Bailey, to name but 2.
60.
Just to find out a little bit more about Robbie. And like I said, all of them said he loves the battle. Don't worry, Glenn, when he goes 3-1 down. Well, I am worrying.
69. John Lucar,
We've
161.
heard a lot from Raymond Smith over the time here at the Super Series, but we'd like to see him again. The Super Series 2 champion.
55.
Seen him come back to try and defend that crown yet.
Yeah, it's great that the Aussies are coming over, isn't it? The ADC Europe been brilliant as Robbie. Is it a little too late?
140. John Lucar, 106.
As this is for the match. Treble 17. But his trusted double top. And
Game,
what a
shot,
finish.
and a match.
What a player.
John Henderson.
John Henderson is up and running. He goes to 14 points. And for Robbie King, you feel it's a tale of missed opportunities there. He had a real chance there to really lay the marker down in this Group A. And wow, is it tight now. 3 players on 14 points, but Hendo, nice solid 90 average, 4 from 9. It was just very professional job. John Henderson will be delighted with the 2 points, as Patrick van den Bohade is up next against Michael Huntley.
Well, 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 how about that? Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. John Henderson beating Robbie King by 4 legs to 1. Now, it's a first round full of results, which has set us with quite some intrigue as far as the Group A table is concerned. Prior to that, Wesley Plaisir getting the better of Patrick van den Bohade by 4 legs to 3. Jared Cole beating Michael Huntley 4-2. And this is what it does in terms of the table. Have a look at that. 4 players separated by the meagre margin of just 2 points. That could be 5 players separated by the meagre margin of just 2 points. If Patrick van den Bohade can get the better of Michael Huntley in this one. Watching this. Hello, Glenn. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Henry. And like I said, it's a little bit of a breather in a sense of the matches coming up, a real heavyweight clashes. This, unfortunately, is a bottom of the table clash, which might be a little bit unfair to say for Patrick because he's only 4 points behind the leaders, and if he gets another 2 points here, it gets him to 12 points. You know, he's sure he'll be thinking of Group B as well as his main objective. But for Michael, like I said, I think even in the comms box, we're hoping he does well. It's not great to see someone so far detached at the bottom there. But you have to fancy this man in your picture. for a comfortable victory.
Well, the punters do as well. We've seen a market move already. This has happened across all the matches that Michael Huntley's going to be playing
60.
in today, where the odds have just got a little bit tighter. And the reason for that is that opening game for Michael Huntley, where he averaged under 70. And that was a losing average as well. So we
100.
could say that his realistic average would have been a little bit lower than that. And the punters playing along at home have seen the value in going against
91.
Michael Huntley for the rest of the day. It was priced around about 6-1 for Michael Huntley to not record a victory. But I
60.
think I'd be quite brave to take that sort of price when you know that quality could come out at any moment.
Yeah, the man in your picture had a big win over Mike yesterday, an
46.
average 95.26, but on the opening day it was a real scrap, and it went the full 7 legs, so difficult one to read.
140.
It's actually Huntley who's come out the traps this time. It's so much better.
He has had a lot of games where he's had a really strong opening leg, hasn't he, Michael
135.
Huntley, and then just not been able to follow it up.
Yeah, it's been bizarre, hasn't it? His first leg is... He's given himself opportunities, and then he's had that
41.
mid-match wobble. But not just once. I mean, pretty much the majority of the games, it's been a... Like I said, he's suffering with sciatica. He's got a bad back, and maybe he's got
95.
to take that into consideration. But
Mike
fair
Ricard,
play to him.
160.
He hasn't used that as an excuse once. He hasn't held his back or anything. It's... Well, clearly be in pain while he's playing there, but
45. Patrick Ricard, 74.
that's the way it is. Treble 14 or treble 18. He's gone that way for 2 darts, a double 16. For a clinical out.
Game shot on the first
Exactly how to
leg.
do it,
Patrick van
because
den
once again,
Boogaard.
Patrick's sort of default has been his finishing. And there's just something quite special when you can sort of check out those anything from 61 to 81 if you...
Saying like Mike
Players
to
will
throw
practice
first.
so
Game
much
on.
on 2-dart, 3-dart combinations there. So when it comes to moments like this, it's just the norm.
You can't buy
86.
confidence, you can't drink confidence, you can't eat confidence. The only way you're going to get it is through a process. And a lot of the time, they're the sort of shots that do it. When you get those nice clean kills on shots like the
100.
74, 64, 78s, those sort of low combination finishes, but can often lead to just having one dart in hand.
100.
They're the ones that really grow that belief.
I'm a fan of the Huntley shirt today.
40. 60.
So much better than that Ed TV rubbish you were.
You did get your order in the post, by the way. You wanted a signed one coming
57.
through. It is in production, don't you worry.
Is that tight though? I'm still waiting for the pigeon to bring it.
Talking about tight, Glenn asked me this morning, he says, I'm
136.
going to the shop, do you want a coffee? I says, oh, that'd be lovely. He said, that'd be £2.50, please.
It was actually $2.79. You owe me 29 pence.
96. Mike Ricard,
So we'll
119.
see Michael go downstairs on 119. Back upstairs for treble 20. He'll stay there on 80.
59.
And like I said, it leaves a 2-dart combination. Just play it simple. When your opponent's on 2-8, you don't need to be so aggressive where you're bringing the 5s and 1s into consideration.
58. Mike Ricard, 60.
Keep it straight. And do what you do.
50.
Lucky I'd have given
Patrick
that first
Ricard,
dart, but his doubles
150.
have deserted him today. Maybe we should have kept our traps shut. 3 bulls, Patrick.
There is a potential when you recognise it as your strength. That almost pressurizes that strength a little bit, and you might be seeing a little bit
90.
of case of that today.
Mike
Double
Ricard,
5
10.
is not a nice double when you've not got much confidence in your throw. For that reason, he's come inside, and he's in big trouble here. Patrick,
6.
an opportunity
Patrick
to break
Ricard,
the
60.
throw and to compound more misery on Michael Huntley. Little shuffle to the side just because the angle of entry of the dart. I think he expected that one to go in. It was almost as if he was walking. You can
Game
now
shown on the
walk to the
second leg.
board.
Patrick van den Boogaard.
Boogaard. He's 2-0 up. He has broken the throw. And it is more of the same, unfortunately, for Michael
Patrick
Huntley.
through first.
And
Game
at the
on.
moment, just looking at his demeanour, I don't see how he's going to snap out of this. It looks like it's now, before the shots was landed in gloves, now every blow is
85.
landing on him, and he is wearing every single one of these disappointments.
Yeah, it's difficult to watch. Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen anyone so detached. He probably just wants this
97.
Group A over and done with. And look, darts is a funny game, and he comes back tomorrow in Group C, and he wins his opening game, and everything's nice and rosy again. That's why we love this game
95.
so much. I've also worked on my detailed analysis once again.
97.
I don't think I would fit into Patrick's t-shirt.
Why is it just a large?
82.
I don't think I'd get into Hinksy's.
$140.
Better there from Michael. That's when you start thinking, where have you been all week? Should go downstairs after that. Yeah, tells you exactly. This is
46.
all
Michael
fields hard
Carr,
work, this map.
167.
I think Patrick's probably under similar sort of assessment as us, that he needed to win that opening game to really be in
60.
with a chance. He's probably moving his attention now to Group B qualification, but that's a big advantage.
96. Michael Carr, 107.
Options. So 88 left, so he's back upstairs. That would have left double 14, but
99. Patrick Carr,
a
97.
lovely last dart. And 97, quite simply, is treble 19. We've seen variations here, so it usually treble 18. And a fat 20 to leave him a
57.
double
Michael
topper.
Carr,
It's over to
8.
Michael Huntley, and I'm saying nothing this time, Michael. In fact, I'm going to say your doubles are rubbish. Because I never get anything right.
4.
That's simply because he's bottom of the
Patrick Carr,
table.
40.
I am saying, Matt, he's top of the table. One of them going.
Just harsh. All three on the wire. You wouldn't have got a bit of paper in between the wire and the dart.
Game shot on the third leg. Patrick van den
Sort of
Boogaard.
smiled on that double 10 because when we get that camera angle, they just don't seem to miss double 10. Well, even it's a game where even Patrick van der Moorharde
Fourth leg,
comes off at the
92
end of this
first. Game on.
as a 4-0 victor and is still slightly disappointed because the numbers just... The only thing I can see is the checkout ratio for Patrick is good.
And that's
60.
something I'm just not a fan of. I'm not a fan of that. I'm winning, but I'm not playing as well as I'd wanted to. You saw what I was like when I played here a few weeks. It didn't matter if it was a 25 darter or a 9 darter.
140.
If I won, the reaction was the same, and you've got to just boss that situation, own that stage. You're there to win a game, and if you win
58.
it, it doesn't matter how you did it.
But that's one of your positive attributes. You can do that. And what I'm saying is the modern player now not only wants to win, they also want to win handsomely.
100.
They want to win with a 100 average. And I've seen people come off a 4-0 victory and be disappointed. And it's quite sad.
They want that
59.
screenshot, don't they? They want to come off, grab that thing, chuck it out onto the socials and go, look what I did today. I'd rather just screenshot the table.
140.
Something we agree on at last. It's looking like a comfortable 4-0 victory here for Patrick, and the woes
40.
for Michael Huntley, they
Patrick Carr,
continue, and it's going to be a
121.
long, long day for him. You can just see his shoulders are sagging. You look at the bullseye area, or treble 15, very sensibly. And leaves his favoured double 16.
89.
Once again.
$32. Patrick Carr, 32.
There's that angle.
No
Just
score.
couldn't create his own. He could have used them barrels to kiss off that double 16 there, but he goes through the same process again. He goes back to his water table, puts his darts down, refreshes, resets.
55. Patrick
No
Carr,
more
32.
pressure on this double 16 again. Same area he's landing in. He's got to be more aggressive.
16.
And sometimes having time on your side is a bad thing because you know you've got 9 darts. There's no urgency in the situation. And sometimes when a task becomes easy, how many times do we see people
58.
miss big
Patrick
numbers
Carr,
because it
16.
looks easier? Now there's a bit more urgency. Michael Huntley down to a finish.
Game shot on the match. Patrick van den Boogaard.
Van den Boogaard finally gets over the line. It is a 4-0 success. He won't be too happy with the performance, but that means nothing in the context of this. Michael Huntley, unfortunately for him, it's been more of the same today, if not a slight regression. The doubles have been his strength on Monday and Tuesday. They are deserting him when he's needed them so far today. We'll see if that continues as the day goes on. Coming up next, we've got a big heavyweight clash. John Henderson, Wesley Plazier.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw Patrick Bandamuhada get the better of Michael Huntley by 4-0. That means next up for us, John Henderson against Wesley Plaisir, 5th match of the day. And the victor of this one will go outright at the top of the table. Here's Glenn and Matt.
Thank you so much, Henry, and welcome back here to the live lounge in Portsmouth for our real heavyweight clash. On Monday morning, I made a statement that the winner of these two over their 3 matches will determine the winner for Group A. And we get to a stage now where John Henderson is on top.
First leg, John to
third
throw
place
first.
is Wesley Plaisir, both on 14 points.
Game on.
Just leg difference being the difference. This is what you call a massive game. And I think the winner of this, Matt, has a real chance of going on all the way.
100.
Time to see the best from both.
I think this is where we do see the best from John Henderson. He's going to know how to rise to these sort of occasions.
100.
When you look at the titles he's won over the years all around the world and the performances that he has shown, he's a big game player. You're not going to
51.
see the best of John Henderson in match number 7 of 15. You're going to see the best of John Henderson when it gets to these
60.
sort of crucial moments and he knows he's up against a big hitter like Wesley Plaisir.
And it's 2-0 to Plaisir at the moment.
180.
Very comfortable 4-0 win yesterday. A surprising win after Wesley had a couple of defeats. So John will know the situation and Wesley will know how
100.
to
John
beat him.
O'Carr, 170.
But it's John Hendo once again who's looking really good. You look at treble 18.
134.
That's what you call a sensational setup. For Wesley, all he can do is put pressure on that, but with him being on 2-4-1,
85.
you feel
John
even at
O'Carr,
40
36.
wasn't enough. And Hendo will be thinking, don't hit the big 18.
Game shot on the
Let's
first
just hit
leg.
the double
John
18
Henderson.
first start and let Wesley know I mean business.
Second leg, Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Do you feel like Wesley's flattered to deceive this week, or do you think his reputation was just, we expected just a little bit too much of him? Has he
85.
actually had a decent week?
I think he's had a par week. He's had what he's been doing. When we look at his seasonal average of 89, that's
100.
what he averaged yesterday. It was slightly down on day 1, but he won 4 of his matches. And it's probably only slightly down because of his opening game, which you can give them that little bit of leeway here at
60.
debut here at the Super Series. So I think, if anything, what we're seeing with Wesley is maybe the expectation is just a little bit
180.
higher on him at the moment than he is currently able to deliver consistently. But that's his fault. And that's his fault because he went and won the World Masters Trophy.
85.
Never bring averages in too early, but why not? Never bring averages in. Oh, yes.
140.
Sounded like a certain nodding dog when you said that one.
Don't mention
98.
car
John O'Carr,
insurance to me.
81.
No need to look at the big 12, so he's just assessing the situation. So treble 10 or treble 18.
41.
And that'll do very nicely after 12 darts, leaving tops. And he's really putting Wesley to the sword at the moment.
41. John O'Carr, 40. Game
he
shot on the
loved that
second
double
leg.
all
John
week, and he
Henderson.
continues to love it. Be loving this match. 115 average. 13 darter. And we're looking at how
Third
good
leg, John to throw
John
first.
Henderson's doing
Game
here,
on.
but we've also got to look at the downgrading performance from Wesley Plaisir here to say that right now this is an absolute toweling.
135.
And he's not relenting. And Wesley came with this huge reputation.
180.
Now he's beginning to talk to himself. Now he's up against it. We're waiting to see the best from him. But John's got that 2-0 lead, and he's seeing that treble 20
180.
like a bucket.
He's so engaged right now, isn't he, John Henderson? So in the flow.
And out of the two of them, you feel John would
100.
appreciate the 2 days off, so maybe winning Group A would be more beneficial to him, but this is sensational stuff. This is when you start thinking about the record books.
I started thinking about those at the back end of leg number 2 because John Henderson's just in that rhythm right now.
94.
In the flow.
Yeah, be disappointed with them last 2 darts there, but again, 92 after 9. Here comes his opponent.
101.
Got a
John
bit lucky there to leave
92.
Shanghai, so he'll have to be aggressive on this 92. Oh,
Game
yes,
shot on the
11
third
darter.
leg. John
This is
Henderson.
John Henderson. Vintage John Henderson. And he's actually playing very, very well, John, away from the MODUS Super Series. He's very, very busy on the circuit still.
Fourth leg Wesley to through
incredibly
first.
playing
Game on.
so well on the exhibition circuit. Matt Edgar's done a couple of shows with him recently, and he's been averaging close to 110.
81.
And here he is now, when he was needed most, averaging over 120.
Currently sat 5th on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, but he might be sat top of the
100.
table here at the MODUS Super Series in round about a couple of minutes' time. It's took just 5 minutes 36 seconds so far. Not many people will dispatch
56.
a Wesley Plazier that quick.
It normally takes me 3 darts.
One out of them.
If there's
40.
one word, it's just for me, Matt, I don't know if it's you're thinking the same, but his rhythm just looks absolutely fantastic. He has this rock and roll, which we all know and admire, but the word
81.
that springs to my mind is just his rhythm just looks beautiful.
I've got a different word. It also begins with R. Record. Because we
82.
are on for the all-time MODUS Super Series record average.
$100.
Every time you open your mouth, Edgar,
48.
leave the dodgy ones to me. You've ruined it. Wesley Plazier
97. John
late
Carr,
yesterday
131.
beat John Henderson 4-0. I thought, was that the moment for this group? John Henderson has responded today absolutely superbly.
91.
And he leaves himself his beloved
Wesley Carr,
tops again after
86.
15 darts. This is a must hit for Plazier.
Another one of them gives him a dart at the bullseye. The first dart he has had at a double in this match.
61. John
And it
Carr,
might be his
40.
last.
John Henderson sat top of the table. It's a
Game shot and the
spectacular
match, John
performance
Henderson.
from John Henderson. Absolutely outstanding. The timing was perfect. Just when he needed it most, he knew the importance of that game. And just look at those numbers. 111.33 average. 4 from 5 on the checkout. That, John Henderson, was absolutely outstanding. Follow that, Jared Cole and Robbie King. That game's up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a performance from John Henderson. A 4-0 victory of 111.33 average, 4 out of 5 on his finishing. The Highlander is a rocking and a rolling. Next up for us, Jared Cole against Robbie King as the race for first place intensifies. And on the anniversary day that marathon became the Snickers, well, you'd be nuts to miss the conclusion to this.
We'll follow that one then, Matt. I think we're absolutely nuts in here because we have just witnessed a real spectacular performance there from John Henderson. I think the moment we've been waiting for. We knew it was a very tough group, some fantastic players in there, but we're still searching for that one real performance. Many of the pundits maybe felt it was Wesley Plazier who was going to produce that, but John Henderson. Darts is all about timing, Matt, and you know, he just got it so right, and we just sat back
First leg, Jared to
really
throw first.
enjoyed the game.
Game
But
on.
a very intriguing game coming up here. This guy, once again, that smile on his face. I think this game has just come right at the right time for him. Because Robbie King just doesn't look as comfortable. He's pulling at his shirt as if he's hot and bothered, and he's looked really supremely cool this week and calm and collected. And he's up against the player in Jared Cole, who, look, is he going to average 111 or is he going to average 70? Because we just can't work out how, you know, his game this week.
58.
Where Robbie needs to put that first game to bed and kick on from here.
It is a lot warmer here today on the south coast here in the UK.
140.
Did mention when we got here this morning, we arrived together and I said, oh, it's a bit warmer in here today. And you talked just about the conditions being perfect for good
44.
darts. Maybe that's another reason as well why we're seeing John Henderson with these really good performances, because he's a man who's used to that sort of intense heat and who's played on the biggest stage, including
57.
that World Match Play stage, which is famously one of the hottest stages on planet darts.
Well, be even better on Saturday night.
101. Robbie O'Carr,
and come and enjoy some
164.
fantastic darts with us on Saturday night. It's been a spectacular week already with some unbelievable players to come as well. So here's a small booking charge
39.
to be here, but you
Robbie
do
O'Carr,
make it
158.
extra special.
Cheap drinks as well behind the bar. And
58.
Glenn Durrant is also
Robbie
running
O'Carr,
a discount
125.
that if you buy 2 photos from him, you get 1 free. Only £20 each.
42.
Nice selfies with Wesley
Robbie O'Carr,
Plazier going
100.
down a storm at the moment. So it's tops for Cole.
80. Robbie O'Carr, 83.
Robbie King, his day has to start somewhere, and I believe it has to start right now. It could be the bullseye that he needs. How aggressive on the 16 bed is he? Fairly. I think this dictates an awful lot about this match, and that's a long,
52.
long way away. He
Jared O'Carr,
doesn't seem
20.
to be the player he was on Monday and Tuesday.
Giving off a couple of tells, isn't he? Rubbing the hands at the end of that visit, but he might be rubbing his hands
10.
once again.
Robbie O'Carr,
This time with a
31.
little bit of glee because Jared Cole is back to missing the doubles again. And Robbie King, chance to steal the throw.
25. Jared O'Carr, 10.
Yeah, we both looked at each other in the comms box, surprised.
2. Robbie O'Carr,
I think
6.
there's a goalkeeper in the doubles in this game because they're well thrown darts. That'll be the disappointing thing. And for Robbie King, decisions, he went wild on this double 3 yesterday. Less aggressive, which makes it doubly
Getting
difficult.
shot on
But
the first leg. Robbie
is a
King.
lovely dart. Sometimes you can see games with 111 averages. That game for John Henderson was absolutely spectacular. But sometimes you've just got to win ugly.
Second leg, Robbie to the
Sometimes you've
first.
just got to
Game
scrap
on.
out a win, Matt. I think someone, I think Joe Cullen said last night that, yes, he played fantastic in the opening game of the match play, but he really enjoyed scrapping last night. To have that as part of your
140.
game, as part of the attributes that you have, that you can win with a lesser average. And I think that's what Robbie King would snap your hands for right now.
140.
To be able to do that, you need to be confident in yourself, because Otherwise, you get drawn into those battles and you just want to get out of them.
57.
You've got to enjoy being in that situation. We always used to have a thing at the gym where when you'd get in there, everybody wanted to get in and do sparring. But our trainers used to make us do circuits and an hour of fitness work, and then you'd say, right, who wants to get in the ring? Because it's all right getting in the ring when you're fresh,
100.
perky-minded, but actually, after you've done a bit of exercise, you don't quite want to get in there and get the hands up.
I haven't got a great
29.
vocabulary, and they're two words I've never heard of. Gym and exercise. You might have to try and explain that one to me later.
Well, exercise is like last night when you got the pie and you was moving it to
78.
your mouth. Before you wash it down with the korma and the microwave burger.
100.
The car was still in the
Robbie
fridge.
Car 126.
19s for King. Treble 19 needed. Can't be done, so you look at treble 16 or treble 20.
98.
Double 14,
Gotta
which
do a
puts the
car
pressure on this
92.
92 from Cole. Now, which call are we going to get?
Man who's been struggling on the
25, Robbie
doubles
Car
up to try and hit
28.
2.
Go figure.
Game
It's
shot in the
2-0 to
second
King.
leg. Robbie
It
King.
hasn't been classic Robbie King by a long stretch, but he's doing what he needs to do right now. The most important thing is that league table, you know, but what is
Third leg
really
challenge
striking
for
to me
first.
now,
Game on.
that leg difference for John Henderson is sailing away. It was so close at the beginning of play, meaning it's getting to a stage where Robbie King has to replicate that and get the 4-0 victory, or see John Henderson lose a
59.
game today. And the way he played in that last one, that's hard to see.
The other problem is Robbie King's already played John Henderson, so it's not in his hands no more. This is that point I
96.
spoke about at the end of yesterday. When you get into a position, sometimes the work or the things that you need to happen aren't in your hands. It's when you're stood in that practice room
125.
looking at a TV screen. Robbie King is in that position. But Robbie King's next fixture is against Michael
55.
Huntley, the man bottom of the table, who has only won 18 legs so far, minus 29 legs.
75.
That is the fixture you want right now if you're Robbie King going into lap number 3.
Yeah, he looked pretty dejected, Michael. I said we complimented how he hasn't let it affect him, but the shoulders were down after that last leg, and it could be
140.
a very, very long day for him. But he does play that spoiler role. He has an awful lot to play for, and he's got to think of his own game
140.
going into Group C, where it will be along Justin Hood, Andy Hamilton and Alan Tabben.
125. Jolly Car 102. $70. Robbie Car 85.
That last start means that 85 is now a must hit. Is it double 5 or is it the bull? It's the bull. Sets himself. He was nowhere near last time.
60. Jolly Car 32. Game shot in the third leg. Jared Cole.
Better from Jared, but we do see this sort of ironic celebration again. That's not because of the good dart he's just thrown. That's the bad darts
Ball
he
play, Robbie to
thrown
the
prior
first.
to that,
Game on.
giving him that reaction. And it's finding a negative and a positive at times. It's letting the past affect the present, which ultimately affects the future.
46.
Yeah, I think he was hoping that today was going to be the perfect day, but
140.
he still won one and he's still involved in this game.
Well, the win here would
61.
move him from currently in 5th place into the top 3, which would see him currently in a Group B
100.
qualification place, which ultimately, if you was to ask Jared where you'd want to be playing your darts if you was playing Thursday, Friday, he would say Group B.
And Robbie's getting to the stage where he could
140.
be looking at being in Group C, which is unthinkable because he's been top for so much of this week. They're the types of
45.
permutations that are out there right now, and The abacus will be out soon, the fingers and toes, and we'll be looking at legs difference at the end of the day, and that's where Hendo sits nice pretty.
60.
I'll leave you to do the fingers and toes because you've got more than me.
90.
I am not a Geordie. The perfect, another one of them.
100. Jared O'Connor, 126.
Just the balance of that last dart. He seemed to be walking with it as
54. Robbie O'Connor, 94.
how aggressive. Treble 18 a bull. Very aggressive. And that's that
74.
perfect
Jared
first
O'Connor,
dart. He'd be
72.
disappointed with the outcome.
How are you feeling, Jared? You're going to get 2 darts. Doesn't
Game
need
shot
the
of the
2
fourth
darts.
leg,
That
Jericho.
is fantastic. And they're the ones that will build the confidence, like we said earlier on. Those sort of 72, 74s, they're the things that going through that process
Fifth leg, Jared through first.
just
Game on.
build the confidence, give you the belief. And ultimately, he's back in control of this game. He's probably become the favourite once again.
Yeah, it's a best of 3. He's got the darts, but you don't always think that up there.
58.
Yeah, you're thinking of the inconsistencies. And for Robbie, he just looks tight, doesn't he? He just looks tight around the shoulders today. That supreme confidence he had that he alluded to,
180.
even when we spoke to him beforehand. But that helps. That helps.
58.
From Jared being favourite, Robbie becomes a big favourite now because this would be for a break or throw. Just keep it simple. 1 treble. There's your 1 treble. This is a bonus.
140. $59.
Just when we put Robbie King down as the
58.
outsider of this match, he finds 5 trebles.
140. Robbie O'Connor, 123.
Will it be as easy as 1, 2, 3? I like that. He didn't go downstairs. He didn't need to. 45 left.
84.
Again, how many times is he missing that big number? He seems to be walking, Matt, on that last start. His balance seems to be off. That's just a sign he's just wanting to get this game over and done with.
Sign of forward projecting.
162.
See
Robbie
many
O'Connor,
different
39.
sensors, but what a setup shot from Jared Cole.
Pressure. Huge dart.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Robbie
The
King.
best dart of the day.
So far. Either that or every single dart John Henderson thrown in the last match when he beat Wesley Plazier 4-0
Six leg,
with
Robbie
an
King
average of
first. Game on.
111.33. If you missed that one, I'm sure you'll be able to catch it a bit later on.
Just look at what it's done to him. Straight back in the treble 20 bed. He's loosening up.
135.
If you're just joining us for the first time, he's been absolutely outstanding in this group. It's
96.
It's a stacked group. John Henderson, absolute legend of the game. Wesley Plazier came with a reputation of possibly being the best amateur dart player out there.
135.
But Robbie King wasn't one for reputations. He came in on Monday morning and said, I'm delighted the group's difficult because I'm going to win it. And then when he seen
45.
the odds that he was a big outsider, he was furious. He did see some frailties a little bit this morning. All of a sudden, they
100.
seem to be evaporating. We seem to be seeing the best of him again. This would be a big 2 points.
140. Robbie O'Connor, 131. $81.
Cracking last dart.
Completely outscored Jared in this last leg. And when you've got the advantage of throw as well, he's just really used that very efficiently. Just going about his business
60.
really well here.
Robbie O'Connor, 50.
Puts himself into contention.
10.
Nearly put himself
Jared
joint top of the table with John
160.
Henderson, but it's going to take a massive one for Jared Cole. He's gave us a couple of these sort of combinations already, but he will not be adding to that one.
128. Robbie O'Carl 40.
Sets it up absolutely perfectly on the double 16. You talk about that walking. He fancied that. He thought that was in.
35.
But we may be about to go
O'Carl,
one more
32.
leg, courtesy that incredible 1-8 setup shot from Jared Cole.
Yeah, remember that moment, Robbie King.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Because
Jared
this
Cole.
leg will be very, very difficult. And what he won't want to see when he turns around is the fact that Jared Cole has got the darts. I think the realisation's just kicked in as he does his party trick there with the darts.
7th and final leg. Jared to through first.
Through the
Game
most
on.
beautiful double 16 in the previous leg, and I thought he's done all the hard work. He totally outscored Jared. And what Robbie King hasn't been doing in the first 2 days of Group A was missing doubles. But that is just
40.
typical of Jared Cole. He's done all the hard work, his set-up play, beautiful finish, and then brings this man back into the game. When they're there, you've got to kill them off.
140.
It's a fantastic response there from King.
He had the whole match in his hands and he let it slip through his fingers. But he's so aware today. See him there almost like Steve
57.
Beaton-esque, trying to peer through to the dartboard as he's coming back, wants to know what's going on. Maybe he's just enjoying the battle.
140.
He's very persistent, is Robbie King. I virtually wrote him off at the beginning of this leg because I thought he'd be just too down. He'd be thinking
15.
about them previous darts, but Jared's just the ultimate sin right now. He'll be absolutely fuming. And this is good for Robbie King. Sometimes when you come through a real battle.
70.
There again, there's the disappointment of them 2-5s there, but he's got a couple of 100 points ahead and more. It's King's to lose from here.
It's the order of that shot. Had he gone 5-5 treble 20, it'd have come off of there feeling absolutely brilliant. But because he opened with the treble 20,
57. Robbie
you'll
O'Carl
feel like it let him
151.
by.
Game shot and the
Well,
match.
after missing
Robbie
so
King.
many match starts in the last leg, that is an incredible way for Robbie King to wrap it up. A 1-5-1 finish, the best finish of the week so far for him, and done at the perfect time. An average of 88.64 keeps him in contention, joint top of the table now with John Henderson, who is coming up in our next game. It's Patrick van den Boogaard.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for the day, which means it is time to get the assessment of the former Premier League champ Glenn Durrant up here on the balcony. Well, this is what we've seen so far today. Well, John Henderson, we said at the beginning of yesterday we expected to really hit gear in the second 2 days of the group, and well, we're going to see a little bit more in just a second of him, but what we have seen is some excellence.
Yeah, they do say cream rises to the top, and that 111 average was a real standout moment, a moment we've been waiting for in the comms box. I mean, it's a fantastic group. It could have come from any of the players there. But like I said, John Henderson's come to the fore, and it was just a sensational. And just even the legs difference, there was just something really special about that performance.
That last leg we've just seen before the break, could that well be one of the biggest legs of the day?
Yeah, for Robbie King, he looks a little bit tight. He looks like the expectation from himself and maybe others is just that realisation that he can win the group as well. And I thought he'd blown it in the 5th leg, but the 1-5-1 finish is what it's all about. Like I say, he's a very typical Aussie. He needs to get that brashness back, that confidence, that self-awareness, because there's still all to play for, but it's in the hands of John Henderson now.
Yeah, the Australians in overcast conditions looking to bat out a victory. Well, talking about John Henderson, well, he has been the player of the day so far. He's treated us to a 111 average in his second match. He wrapped this game up against Robbie King with a 106, and this was the first game of the day. That was the one where you could put the statement out. Yeah,
absolutely. Like I said, he's played 2 cracking players already and demolished them both, and that's a good feeling. But John Henderson must realise that Patrick van Bohade can still play very, very good darts and play that spoiler role. So John has to stay focused, and for Patrick now, he'll be wanting to set his standard out for the Group B, Group C, and he's still got it all to play for. So it's not over just yet.
So that is the end average there, 111.33. We've seen that a couple of times at the Super Series in 2023. But coming into the next match, then you play on the back of an average like that when it's so soon after. Can it be difficult getting back on the horse again?
Yeah, it's really important. But John Henderson is the word I would think. He's experienced. He's a World Cup champion. He knows how to do it. He'll know. And he's beginning to be experienced at the MODUS Super Series as well now. He'll know that the most important game is the next one. He'll forget about the 111 average. He'd be happy to win ugly here. He'd take an 80 average. Just get the 2 points and just keep that momentum rolling.
By contrast, as the opponent, when you've seen the guy you're about to play do that, do you inadvertently feel like you have to raise your game to a certain level and you get a reaction from them as well?
I think Patrick, everybody knows about John Henderson. Robbie King walked in and said the one person who knows John Henderson. I think Patrick's been fundamentally sound this week. I've really enjoyed watching him, and it wouldn't surprise me if he pulls out an unbelievable performance, because everything is right about him. He's a fit lad. He's a lovely throw. He just needs to find that killer instinct at the end. But it's a tough task. You know, my money would be on John Henderson in this game, but you never know.
Well, before we get this one underway, let's have a quick check and see where the land lies then in the table, because Henderson and King both level on 16 points at the summit. Wesley Plazier on 14, and you can probably count both Patrick and Jared now out of the race on 12 points. So let's get into this one then. It's Patrick van der Bohade against John Henderson. It's our 7th match of the day. Glenn Durrant is going to make his way down to the comms booth to join Matthew Edgar. Hello, Matt.
Thank you, Henry. And as you've just seen with the league table, we are no closer to a conclusion, but we do now have a man who has the power in his own hands. That is John Henderson, the Highlander. He has hit the top, not only just in terms of points, but the legs difference now in his favour. It would take some heavy wins from his rivals to keep on his coattails. It is in his hands. Can he continue with that form line he has been showing? He has only lost 1 of his last 8 fixtures. 7 of his last 8 wins for John Henderson. And he's up here against Patrick, who's probably his hopes of winning this group have gone, but plenty still to play for Patrick. But just alluding back to that last game, that 111.33, and I'm going to speak about this more from a personal experience point as well. But I always found it hard when you play such a game where you've played so well everything feels like a downgrade. Even if you throw like a mid-90s average, it still feels like you've not got that flow or that level of perfection that you had earlier on.
140.
But I use the word experience up there. I think John Henderson, if you said to him, you're going to win this game with a 90 average, he'll take that. You're not going to... The realisation is that you're not going to average 111 every time you go up there. He's laid that statement down. He's letting people know he's feeling good about his game. I just think it's about the 2 points right now. And right at this moment, he's doing exactly what I would have hoped for him. 100, 140, 100. It's a lovely start.
He's really in the zone, isn't he, as we like to say in sport.
Yeah, that turn cream comes to the top. I mean,
161.
I couldn't think of a real better turn for it. He's just looking, and Patrick's playing his part in this match already, very early stages. And John will like another one of them.
76.
Just trickles into the 5, and that's the difference between monster averages, just the width of a wire sometimes. He's gone from leaving tops. But this would be interesting. 93 left. We'll go to the 14s bed again. John is watching every dart thrown, because that's a beautiful
85.
setup there from Buhada. And for Hendo, he'd be looking at treble 15. It's double 5. Go big or go home. That's exactly what he does. He's just in that zone right now, Matt. And it's a beautiful feeling when you're on that stage, isn't it?
No better. That's where
Second leg, John to
you're
do
not
first.
thinking of the
Game
past. You're not projecting the future. You're just there in the moment, and you can just get lost in it. And I guarantee, if you was to say to John Henderson, how did you feel
61.
when you did that 111? He'll go, I don't know. Didn't feel anything.
Well, I think that's absolutely spot on as well, because I'm trying to, during my troubles and my woes,
80.
I was trying to find that guy that won the Lakeside, where I didn't even think about technique or throwing a dart. I think the most beautiful thing you can do on the hockey there is just not think, just stare at that red bit there,
100.
that treble 20. Forget about anything else, and I think that's why the likes of Price and Van Gerwen, that's what the elite players do. They don't think anything. All they see is that
43.
target there.
$100.
Yeah, we're having a conversation in here between me and Matt whether one of them darts looks different. John Henderson's. Maybe we'll get a little bit of close-up there, or maybe...
100.
I'm just wondering if one of them's a newer dart of what he's been thrown. Very long dart, isn't it, Matt?
45.
Yeah, he does have a long stem on the back of there as well. Never really been a fan of that, but that's one of the very good things about equipment.
95.
You can make the equipment suit your throw.
Yeah, I'm fascinated with the Luke Humphreys dart at the moment. I don't think I've ever seen. It's like a javelin that he throws, isn't it?
137.
This is good from Henderson. Super solid.
I was mentioning while you're up on the balcony with
83.
Henry that
John
John
58.
Henderson's in the dream position now because it's all in his hands. He's got the advantage on the points and the legs, and
Game shot on the second leg.
just
John
continuing
Henderson.
to drive that home.
Yeah, and maybe the way the timetable's been dictated as well. He's got them 2 big games out the way, and then he's got Patrick and Michael Huntley next. And
Third
then
leg,
all the
Patrick to
focus
throw
can
first.
go on his
Game on.
final game of the day. So it seems to be all in the favour of the man in your picture there.
You got to think while John Henderson's playing those players at the bottom of the table, the people that are chasing him have got to play each other.
44.
They're going to knock each other out of the running.
$100.
John Henderson kicked his day off. 4-1 victory over Robbie King. Backed it up with a 4-0 victory over Wesley Plazier. He's 2-0 up in this one. So he has played 13 legs today. 112 of
140.
them.
If Patrick van den Bohard does go into Group C, do you think he can play a part in that? Obviously, the 2 from 6 ratio. Some big players
90.
coming into it. Group C, Justin Hood, who I really fancy for that group. Actually fancy him for the week. Andy Hamilton and Alan Tabban.
58.
If you add Patrick into that, obviously Michael Huntley's going to be there. You think he's still got a say in this competition?
135.
That's going to be a really intriguing Group C. Looking forward to seeing that one unfold. But yep, I've been impressed with Patrick. I wouldn't be surprised to see him here on Saturday night, which at the
31.
start of the week, I would have.
Hendo's just thinking 140 or 136 at this point. Minimum a ton, he's thinking. Come on, he says to himself.
100.
Get in, he'll be thinking. Gives himself potential 2-dart finish after 12 and just continues to run around about that 100 average mark.
I was going to say, it doesn't look spectacular this time, does it? And it's 97. I think
100.
we said the
John
same
O'Carr,
about,
76.
was it Chris Dobie last night? Or it just made it look effortless. It just averaging around about 97.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's how
John
to do it.
Henderson.
He's just in that zone today. And sometimes it's not all about what you do on Monday. We talk so much about moving Tuesday. Well, he played his part in that.
Fourth leg,
Which
John is
player
there
was going to
first.
put his
Game
head
on.
above the parapet on the Wednesday? And right now, it's this man in your pictures just playing absolutely fantastic. Just the one loss yesterday.
60.
It was a big loss as well to Wesley Plazier, but he's brushed that off and has been brilliant today, beating the Aussie Robbie King in the first game.
100.
And then that demolition job of Wesley Plazier with 111 average. And
100.
once again, another demolition job of a Dutch.
He is throwing first in this leg to get back-to-back 4-0 victories. And then his next game after
96.
this one will be against Michael Huntley, the man bottom of the table, only won 18 legs. He's got a chance to romp in some big score lines here today.
134.
And if he wins this leg of darts, it's 10 straight legs on the spin. For Hendo, that'll feel good, because when you get that winning
134.
feeling, sometimes it just becomes really easy.
$83.
I was about to say, everything just looks so right. And that treble one just brings Patrick into this leg.
43. John O'Carr,
Opportunity not taken,
124.
and that's all you're going to get against John Henderson today, scraps. You're not going to get a 3-course meal off of this man.
$43. Patrick O'Carr, 128.
The bull.
80.
Yeah, just a little
John
bit
O'Carr,
snatchy
81.
at the end for John Henderson for the game, and another 4-0 victory. This time it's going to be double 13.
55. Patrick O'Carr,
I'm at
48.
the point now where I'm more surprised when John Henderson misses rather than when he does something. I thought that was going to be a game shot in the match there. Patrick only had 1 dart of the double so far in this one. And he gets one more. And that
16.
might be the last
John
one.
O'Carr, 26.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of belief had gone out in that one. I think it was just a step too much against this man at the moment, as he looks at double 13 for the match.
18. Patrick O'Carr, 32.
Surprise. I even managed to get a bit of an ooh from the practice room there coming through the walls. I think they, like us all, thought this was going to be a 4-0 job for John Henderson. Still could be.
No score. John O'Carr, 8.
It's unlucky there from Patrick. I think the writing's on the wall now. Don't think anyone expects us for Henderson just to miss this. There's the focus. There's the reset. There's the little come on, he says to himself. He knows the importance. It's double two. It's a
Game
stellar
shot on the
performance from
match,
John
John
Henderson.
Henderson.
It's a big 4-0 victory against Patrick van den Bohaarde. It's a bit of a demolition job, to be fair. And Tad played with real panache. Maybe the average at the end because of those missed doubles. 4 from 8, though. He'll take that. The 85 finish being the real standout performance. For Patrick, he'd be disappointed he couldn't put any resistance up there. For John Henderson, he moves on to 18 points. He's looking good at the moment. It's up to Robbie King to follow that. He's up next against Michael Huntley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Henderson has got off to, well, near on the perfect start. He's played 3 matches so far, won the lot, and has conceded just 1 leg in the process, winning his last 2 by the margin of 4-0 last time out against Patrick van den Bohaarde. So, next up, Robbie King in action up against Michael Huntley. And as far as the group is concerned, Henderson on 18, King looking to join him there. And our 2 Kings in the commentary box is Matt and Glenn.
So kind. Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, really dominant performance so far from John Henderson. Boy, has he been good. Just so impressive. And
First leg, Mike, to
just
third
seems
first.
to be in a real comfort zone.
Game
and
on.
Robbie King could play absolutely fantastic. The rest of the dinner still won't be enough. He's dependent on others right now. So that might just make him relax a little bit against Michael Huntley, who hasn't had an awful lot of luck.
121.
He looks a little bit dejected as he's playing now. It's been a tough week, but he will stay professional. He'll do his job, and he'll give it 100% here against the Aussie.
Slight
43.
Change of equipment here from Michael Huntley. Just something different on the eye. Different stems, different flights can just change the perception of the reality sometimes.
46. 59.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of those shape flights. I've had a little practice with them, but clearly they were for him. So there's no difference in the shape of the flight and stem. Like I said, just something going through the air might feel just a little bit different. The fact it's new, we all know what it's like when when using a new dart or a new setup.
Well, the best thing to do is when you put on a new pair of shoes, you normally feel quite grand, don't you? Even if it's the
55.
same sort of style.
Looking at yours, no. You like mine?
45.
Based on a real brand as well.
Better from King.
140. Michael Carr, 134.
Yeah, he's very traditional, so you look at treble 14.
94. Robbie Carr, 96.
Very, very nicely. This is where Robbie King's been really good. You can see the focus on this treble 20. Options now might be double-double. He went for double 18,
56.
double tops.
Michael Carr, 40.
Like I said, if Michael Huntley, is one of his successes has been he's played very well in the first leg. Second one has been his doubles, but not today. They've really deserted him.
30. Robbie Carr, 40.
And he will be disgusted at that because Robbie King will not miss this.
Dozer goes bold. Just like the rest of Dozer's predictions, 10. It's wrong. Get a bit awkward.
Getting shown in the first leg.
He gets there in the end. Michael Huntley takes the opening leg again with drama, and it just everything just feels so dramatic at the moment for Michael Huntley. Everything seems work. Everything seems effort. Robbie King.
45.
You mentioned earlier about a bit of tension. Not as free-flowing. He's certainly not in this one. He probably knows that this is the situation now where if you lose, you're going to be out of the running when John Henderson's doing 100. The stuff he is.
I felt there was a moment when Robbie King was derailed slightly yesterday.
121.
Michael Huntley beat Robbie King. His only victory so far. And I thought Robbie might look back on that as a bit of a disappointment. He was fully expected to win that
36.
game. And I wonder if that's on his mind in this game here. Yeah, Robbie does not look the same player.
41.
He's getting some wins today, but he just doesn't look that confident player.
Robbie King has played 2 matches so far today. He kicked off with a 4-1 defeat to
60.
John Henderson. Then got back on it with a 4-3 victory over Jared Cole, where played really well in that last leg,
81.
a last leg shootout against the throw. He put in a 1-5-1 finish for the match.
60.
Yeah, when a game is as bad as it feels up there, I just felt Michael was putting everything into that throw. The body, the shoulder, everything was sort of coming into it. And just a bit of panic. He's sprinting there to the hockey. When it's going low, that's that little bit of tension that's in your body there. And you can see
96.
the
Robbie
query.
88.
He's questioning the dart now. And Robbie must feel he's still the better player, so he mustn't panic.
60. Michael Carr, 149.
And went on the outside there. Small margins. But this would get him going.
133. Robbie Carr, 28.
Would have been an unbelievable finish because when he needed a double this week, he usually pinged it. It's been he before, Robbie.
14. Microcar 16.
That's 8 darts now for Robbie King, and he's in danger of being broken. There's a lovely dart there from Huntley, not able to use it.
Game shot on the second leg. Mike
Switches
Huntley.
over to the double 4, and he could be looking for double success here against Robbie King.
Can I play you every week? He'll be singing as he
Third
goes
leg,
back
Mike
to the
to third
players area.
first. Game on.
This has been a very poor performance. They're both well below par. But if I was in the
45.
shoes of Robbie King, I'd be thinking there's nothing I can't do. And I still expect Robbie King to come through this game.
100.
In running odds of 5-2 available at the moment for Robbie King. Does represent a little bit of value because Michael Huntley's playing the same that he has all day. He's below the 70 average. He's not broke that 70 average yet today, where Robbie King averaging the last game of an 88.64. If you can get anywhere near that,
60.
he'd be able to turn this one around quite quickly. 11 180s hit this week so far, and 6 scores of a ton plus or more in the finishing
60.
column. He certainly give us the evidence to suggest that there might be a bit of value there on the in-play market.
95.
This would be for a breaker throw. I don't think that 5-2 odds would stay there much longer, but he keeps holding his t-shirt. He just doesn't look comfortable at all,
36.
does Robbie? Like I said, I can sit in this chair and we've said an awful lot of positive things about him. I'm here to sort of give opinion and give some constructive criticism, but he just doesn't look
135.
the guy that walked in this comms box on Monday, and I thought, you know what? I think he's going to win this group. I think he's going to be great value. He looks fidgety. He looks a little bit frantic, a little bit
100. Robbie
frenzied,
Car
a
111.
little bit panicked. But he's going to dart a double 16 to get back in this game.
79.
The danger is that the missed doubles are adding up now, and he'll start to doubt that he can get out of legs. He
97.
always feel
Robbie
this
Car
has to go first
32.
or second dart for the sort of mental strength right now of Robbie King, and that
Game shot
will
on the
make him
third
feel a
leg.
lot
Robbie
better.
King.
Earlier in the week, we've seen him pointing at the board in those situations, almost a bit dejected in that situation, but he's back in this game, and that's one of the breaks of throw that he's
Fourth
going
leg,
to
Robbie to
need.
third first. Game on. $60.
I don't have any problems with them darts. He's back throwing straight again. Now turn that 60 into 100. That 100 into 140s. You've got to do
100.
that even in play sometimes, rather than panic about the situation. That looks more his rhythm.
60.
There's no reward again.
There's a hint of frustration here as well. That you
100.
can see coming into Robbie King's game. He's been top for most of the way. He'll probably feel he's got something to lose.
60.
Yeah, it was interesting when Michael hit that treble 20 there. There was like a dejected roll of the eyes there from Robbie. He wasn't doing that. He was barely looking at the
100.
dartboard. And you can see the confidence coming out of Michael a little bit. I think he fancies his chances all of a sudden.
60.
With the throw, he's been unable to find a treble 20, and he's had 12 darts.
I like the bullseye here.
99.
The bullseye or the 25 would have left a 2-darter. Boy, does he need a max.
That gives him a little bit of
140.
hope.
Micro Car 102.
Just keeps him in touching distance, and it's a bit of pressure on Michael Huntley. He's looking at double 16.
86.
That would have been to
Robbie
get that
Car
breaker throw back in the
121.
advantage and give him 3 chances at winning this match. This could save his Group A campaign.
Just not happening, is it?
85. Micro Car 16.
I would have had full confidence in Michael Monday, Tuesday on this.
12. Robbie Wilcar, 36.
Width of the wire. Could be the moment that completely turns this game around.
$27. Michael Carr, 4.
He's fighting with himself up there. That's the only difference
Game
from
shot
that
on the
man who
fourth
was
flag.
supremely
Mike Huntley.
confident there. The shake of the head, but I tell you what, that's absolute relief for Mike Huntley. Like I said, he's playing for his confidence going into tomorrow, but for Robbie King,
Fifth leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
just not with it, is he?
The brain is frazzled. And he's had plenty of opportunities. 13 darts.
99.
He has thrown at the double and only converted one, a conversion rate of 7.69.
I don't think he'll be wearing that shirt tomorrow. He's
1 out of them,
poking at
40.
it, pulling at it. I'm just wondering if it's one of them silky ones that just glues to your body.
180.
That is Michael Huntley's second 180 of the week. Coming match number 13. Maybe.
40.
He's just got the voodoo over Robbie King.
$100.
Again, I like the bullseye again. A bit better board management from Michael, I think. Or do he just keep it simple? And it looks like Robbie's given up.
19. Mike Ricard, 122.
Just a real surprising conclusion. And John Henderson is the big winner of this game.
90.
And let's give Michael Huntley a little bit of credit. It's been a horrendous week so far. And here he is. He's got 3 darts for a
41.
big
Mike
victory.
McCarr,
It hasn't been
32.
vintage. But let's give the man some credit. By
Game
hook
shot
or
of the
by
match,
crook, he
Mike
gets there in
Huntley.
the end. It's a big 4-1 victory for Michael Huntley as he got the voodoo over Robbie King. That's 2 wins out of 2 over in the past 2 days. There's the tail of the tape. Look at that checkout ratio for Robbie King. He'll be disgusted with that. He sets himself high expectations. 1 from 13 just doesn't cut it. And Michael Huntley just got on with the job and he'd be delighted with that 4-1 victory. And he moves on to 4 points, but like I said, it's a little bit of momentum for him as we look at the next game. It's Wesley Plazier against Jared Cole.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Michael Huntley's done it again to Robbie King. A 4-1 victory for the Welshman in that particular encounter, rounding things off with a 13-dart leg as well. So next up for us, it is Wesley Plaisir against Jared Cole. Well, they might well be the Backstreet Boys when it comes to qualification through Group A. Who's going to pick up the victory in this one? Tell me why, Glenn, Matt.
Thank you so much, Henry. And I'm sure you are saying some Backstreet Boys songs there, but you're talking to the wrong guy. Look, even Jared thinks my jokes are funny. But yeah, you have to feel it's in John Henderson's hands now. That's been a disappointing finale
First
to
leg, Wesley did through
Robbie
first.
King's day yesterday, and then
Game
he
on.
just hasn't been at the races today, and that's been a bit of a disappointment for this group as well, because I thought it was going to go down to the last game, the last dart. It's looking like John Henderson is beginning to be a
140.
runaway winner. Oh, can Wesley Plaisir get through this game, get to that 16 points and still have something to say? But
45.
you'd want to be in a Henderson camp right now, wouldn't you?
Especially considering that his next game's against Michael Huntley as well. And yes, Michael Huntley's just won that
93.
last game, but he won that with an average that we've not seen John Henderson drop down near so far, and he's played 13 matches, so
56.
on the evidence of numbers and stats and what we've seen so far, you'd have to say John Henderson just going to continue steamrolling people.
Yeah, we felt that it was good value, Robbie King at 16-1, but once again, the bookies don't often get it wrong. They had John Henderson as a favourite in the group, just ahead of the guy
85.
who's
Wesley
approaching the hockey now, Wesley
140.
Plaisir at the beginning of the week. Remember to gamble responsibly, 18 plus, begambleaware.org. There's Wesley.
100.
Sets up double tops after 12 darts.
That's the beauty, though, of big value like 16-1 on Robbie King. You've just got the cash out options and those along the way as well. That's the beauty of value. Came in today as the favourite.
Game shot on the first leg.
Between the
Wesley
opening leg was
Plaisir.
Wesley Plaisir, and he converts 14 darter to hold on to the throw. Jared Cole continues
Second leg,
his
Jared did through
theme.
first. Game on.
Just a little bit erratic, but has plenty to play for. Could find himself
58.
in Group B. If he was to lose this one, though, he will be 4 points away from them qualifying positions. And you'd have to say
91.
a campaign in Group C would be the most likely, and the group would then really start taking its shape.
96. $140.
I'm surprised these two haven't played each other previously. Thought they might have met somewhere along the line.
79.
He's on debut as Wesley this week. I still think he's got something to say in this group. They're likely he's going to be in Group B, but what a group that's going to be. It's Gary Stone, who I can't wait to see. I think he's still the overall favourite to win the week. Mike Gillett, the big success story of
92.
the MODUS Super Series last time, where he got to Champions Week. And Richard North, I'm looking forward to seeing Richard. Should be a bit of interest next door in the players area. As once again,
90.
after 12 darts, Wesley Plaisir leaves tops.
Sure, you're going to hear Richard North more than you'll see him tomorrow night. That's one thing for sure. Just like talking.
100. Wesley
Wesley
40.
Plaisir likes hitting tops.
Game shot on the second leg. Wesley Plaisir.
This is a Hendo-esque performance from earlier. 111 for Wesley Plaisir. 111.33, the exact average that John Henderson hit.
Third leg, Wesley to
match
throw
number
first. Game
2.
on.
That was against Wesley Plaisir. He's dishing out what was dished to him.
58.
But you say about looking forward to Gary Stone, he has been in touch. The favourite now to win the week, although I think that might be under challenge, especially if Henderson wants to get through this Group A. So he's
85.
really looking forward to getting started. Been enjoying watching the darts. He's got a message for you, Glenn. He says
85.
he's learnt his lesson, and there are going to be no negative posts from him on social media, come what may. Somebody has took the advice of Glenn Durham.
30.
Joking aside, I'm supposed to respond with a joke there, but I'm a big Gary Stone fan. I think he's ready. I think he should be playing in the PDC.
95.
I think he should be a professional player. For whatever reasons he isn't. Sometimes it's a little bit of luck. Sometimes it's whatever it is. But Gary Stone is the real deal. And when you put him alongside John Henderson, Wesley Plazier, Robbie King of this week, Justin
58.
Hood, who was my tip to win the week because of the odds he's got. But it's just a fabulous week. But yeah, I must admit Gary Stone is one I'm really
59.
looking forward to seeing.
$45.
I think if Jared Cole goes into Group C, he becomes a big favourite for that group, He's had a couple of days to iron out a few of his problems, and that Group B just looks stacked,
100.
doesn't it? And if you add big stuff, Wesley Plazier in, I think that just becomes a real monster group. But there you can see he's fighting with himself. It's just been very typical of how the week's gone for Jared.
46.
Fighting
Wesley
himself, a great way of putting
104.
it. He's been his biggest opponent, and I think he has been since the second he left Leicester when he was playing that PDC development tour this past weekend.
56. $140. Wesley Carl, 48.
58, 45, 46, then 140. But by then, this guy is gone. He's got 2 darts, a double 16. He needs them both.
32. Jared Khan, 97.
He's going to stay on double 19. 4 tops.
57. Wesley Khan, 16.
I'm very surprised Jared managed to get a double there. It just felt like Wesley was completely running away with it. He may have thrown the leg away. He may still do so.
14.
And this
Jared Khan,
is potentially
40.
the fragility that we talk about with Wesley Plazier. Maybe why he hasn't got a tour card, because he's absolutely bossed this leg. And he's somehow finding a way to lose it.
$30.
We sat quiet in the comments
Wesley
box
Khan,
there
2.
because it's just a bit of raised eyebrows. You just don't fancy when Jared's going for a double right now. And Wesley doesn't need me to tell you, go big first. Don't even attempt
Getting
to
shot
go,
on the
and I
third
promise
leg.
you
Wesley
it dips in.
Plazier.
The higher you go on there, because by then you just got that little bit of tension in your arm. And like I said, both can see the funny
4 leg Jared
part
to
of it,
through
but
first.
deep down,
Game
Jared
on.
Cole is hurting right now. I think, like I said, my co-commentator fancied him to go through the card today. That's what he's capable of doing at any time. Be no surprise, 180. Because that's what he does.
180.
43, 46, 28, 180. 43, 46 has been typical of his week. And that's why he'll be frustrated. But that's why I think he
135.
comes back in Group C or B as a very, very dangerous wounded animal.
60. $140.
Big power scoring again from Wesley. Totally eradicated the 180 now from Jared Cole. That is
45.
from 2 reasons. One, the fact he's backed it up with 60-45. And the other one, the fact his opponent is hitting the big stuff. Like what I did there.
140.
He's probably got a nickname and has no intention of using it, so... Hope it's not big.
90. Wesley Khan, 86.
I hear people who have nicknames like Duzzer.
$72.
7 was for the
Jared
match.
Khan, 126.
Jared Cole will be looking at the 19's bed.
Sometimes a player comes to the hockey and you think, I don't have confidence in them, but they have it. Does Jared still have it? It's a
90.
nice setup regardless.
Wesley
But
Car 14.
I'm not sure he's going to get a chance to come back for the 36.
He set it up for 6-4-4.
10. That'll
Well,
do a
a
car
little bit
36.
Lionel.
I think Henderson has knocked the stuffing out of all the players.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Jared Cole.
Take your glasses off and you can hit a double, Jared. I've not seen the glasses are not work, but he's just said, thanks, Hendo.
5th flag Wesley to throw first.
It's
Game
not
on.
Hendo, Jared, it's Wes.
It does take a bit of time to get used to,
86.
doesn't it, when you change something such as wearing glasses? Because it'll just change the peripherals and the vision. This is probably the worst thing that could happen for him.
140.
Because he's took them off and he's starting to find, and that's just going to make him now question whether he should be playing without them.
Yeah, and it's like a piece of sugar as well. Just gives you the
61.
quick, short-term hit. You think, oh, that's the reason I'm not playing well, because I've been wearing glasses. Bit like when someone uses new
85.
darts. In the end, it's all about you, your throw, etc., your confidence.
This is all just validating that opinion to him.
180.
With those barrels, it amazes you that he can even put them in, especially so tightly compacted in the middle.
I'm not a fan of his darts.
43.
Yeah, I'm just not.
Do you know what I think would really suit him? A nice set of Matthew Edgar test card edition.
98.
Still not sold them, I guess.
63.
Great board
Wesley
management there
Car
from Jared. Leaves a
76.
finish. And for Wesley, it's all about staying straight. And there's the little growl, the little grimace. A big 18
36.
to lose tops.
Jared
And
Car
Jared Cole without the
170.
glasses. Can he get the big fish? Not this time.
Did get one with the glasses. That was for the match earlier in the week. But a much easier task here for Wesley Plays here for the match.
58.
It's just a
Wesley
simple
Car
40
40.
points.
Game shot on the
And
match.
it's Wesley Plazzi who does take double top, and it's a big 4-1 victory. Again, it wasn't a fantastic performance, very solid. It does move him to 16 points. He's round about that 90 average mark. I think he expects more, but it was quite a dominant performance there against a very disappointing Jared Cole, who seems to be all over the place, even changing his spectacles at the end. But it's Wesley Plazzi who moves to 16. And it's big John Henderson, who's been sensational today, up next against Michael Huntley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Wesley Plaisir got the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1. That ends the third cycle of matches for the day. And as far as the results so far are concerned, this is what we have seen then. So John Henderson, the player who's made the big moves once again on Wednesday at the Super Series, and this is how it correlates in terms of the league table, because he finds himself on 18 points and now on the cusp of qualification through to Saturday night's final. You might be wondering why I'm whispering quietly. Well, he's in action against Mike Huntley, and watching this is Glenn and Matt.
Thank you so much, Henry. We can talk a little
First
bit
leg,
louder
John
here in the
to
comms
first.
box.
Game on.
And what I will say, I'll be absolutely amazed if John Henderson loses this game. He's been absolutely brilliant all day today. And I'm absolutely chuffed to pieces that Michael
100.
Huntley is up and running with a win last game. But when we look at the numbers and we look at how well they've played John Henderson,
60.
I would expect to be a big, big favourite in this game, Matt.
And he is, and he's only just become
26.
a bigger favourite as the day's gone on as well. Opened up odds of 1 to 4. Opened up this match
134.
1 to 8. So all day, John Henderson has been getting backed in by punters. That's for 2 reasons. One of the reasons John Henderson's been playing so well.
140.
The other reason, Michael Huntley is probably having his worst day performance-wise and average-wise. 2 players going 2 different
85.
directions. The direction John Henderson wants to go, though, is straight to Saturday night, and a win here would pretty much confirm that position.
81.
Is it fair to say that concentration is his biggest battle here? Because, I mean, if you look at all angles here, that you know, John ticks the boxes for everything. He is the better player at the moment.
55. John Nucar,
The only thing
154.
that can really beat him in this match is himself. But got to give Michael some credit. Yesterday he walked up against Robbie King, who was flying
81.
high.
Mike Lucar, 167. $99. John Lucar, 73.
John will look at treble 19. By going this way, you're guaranteed a dart at double top. And he usually only needs the 1.
Game shot on the first leg. John Henderson.
Once again, he's just in that zone. There's probably not a nerve in his body. If anything, he has to try and find his own motivation right now. And that motivation, I believe, is topping the group.
Second leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
Having a couple of days off, which I think would benefit John as he comes back, and just means to have him here on Saturday night.
121.
Just makes it a little bit more special, because no party, no Hendo. Was it no Hendo, no party?
You mentioned the only thing here could
114.
beat John Henderson is himself. I would say complacency. That's what's got to make sure it doesn't creep in here, because he'll be very aware of the league table. Be very aware Michael Huntley's only beaten Robbie
60.
King so far this week. But he'll also know that the victory here, I think with a strong enough victory, I think that would be job done. I think he'd be through.
Yeah, we can look at the in-play table. You can
98.
start doing as we do, and with the number crunching. John Henderson's final game is against Jared Cole, who seems to be all over the
60.
place with himself at the moment. But he does have an unbelievable game in him, and he still might have a little role to play. But you have to fancy this man in your picture right now.
Well, looking at the league table as it stands,
121.
we can see that Wesley Plaisir could only win his last 2 games 4-0, 4-0, which will put him on to plus 14. So if John Henderson is to win this
140,
match,
John
that's
O'Connor,
it. John
142.
Henderson's through to Saturday night. There's even a 4-0 defeat for John Henderson in the last game won't pull him down to the required legs.
41. Mike Lucar, 120. 100.
That's a lovely
John
last start there
Lucar,
from Michael. Like I
101.
said, he's fighting his own battles up there, and this is by far his best game of the day. A double 12.
Game shot on the second leg. John Henderson.
Once again, is that typical Michael Huntley? He gets himself in a great position there. And then John pings that 101 with real authority, real
Third leg, John to
confidence,
throw first.
real
Game on.
style. And a word I used earlier was real panache. He's looking good. And I think
One
the
out of them,
practice room
40.
now know full well this is going to be game over. John Henderson may be about to
59.
book his ticket to Saturday night. You could also book your ticket to Saturday night. You could come join John Henderson, as if he wins this game, along with 5 other players that will be
100.
determining through tomorrow and Friday's action. Those tables just behind the players you could be sat on. Very up close and personal experience.
25.
And speak from a player's point of view, absolutely loved it here on a Saturday night. And the players would love you to be here as well. Just scan your QR code, go to dartshop.tv. Small booking fee, cheap drinks, and Glenn Durrance even dropped his photo
57.
price even more earlier. It was £20. Buy 2, get 1 free. It's now £19.95.
97.
Always having a pop. One person who's having a pop of this treble 20 is this man. You have
One
to
out
say
of
he's
them,
been good, hasn't he?
40.
Since he walked in the venue yesterday morning, it wasn't a great Monday. I mean, I even had concerns. He was in 5th place as he entered his final game. He didn't
100.
play great in that
64.
final game on Monday, but he did not miss a double. And then come back and choose as a totally different man. He's going to get a dart at tops again. Usually means one thing.
Game shot on the third leg.
And it's
John
that.
Henderson.
It's absolutely fantastic to watch. And the statistic for me of this game, 3 darts at a double, 3 darts hit. John Henderson
Fourth
is
leg,
in
Mike to go
cruise
first. Game
control
on.
at the moment. And he's loving life here at the MODUS Super Series.
I'd go one better and say the stat for me is actually the Michael Huntley
125.
darts at the double, 0 from 0. Just shows the control and the dominance on this fixture here from John Henderson. Did average
100.
nearly 91 across the day yesterday. And you've got to say it's going to be improved. It is going to be spiked because of the 111.33 average, which he did in his
85.
second fixture, a victory over Wesley Blazier. 4 legs to 0. But you've got to say it's going to be one of those weeks for Hendo where he's got better every single day.
100.
Yeah, the last time I really saw Hendo, he came on the back of a challenge tour. He'd been somewhere, Q School, came to the mode. It just genuinely looked
140.
very, very tired. I think this time he's come, he's looked really fresh. I think he's clearly had this on the calendar where I'm going to make a real conscious effort to get to Champions Week because we can
1 out
smell
of them,
Champions
40.
Week
Mike
now.
Lucar, 151.
It's week 11. You know, next week the names are out for next week that I've been given, which is another tasty group. And then we have that fantastic finale where it's going to be another brilliant, brilliant week. And Luke Littler once again being the headline act.
88. John Lucar, 161.
Could be the first player to defend the Super Series crown.
$121. Mike
Michael
Lucar,
Huntley hasn't had a
63.
dart at a double yet. Should leave himself at least one here by hitting the big number.
Game shot on the fourth
only
leg.
needs
Mike
the one.
Huntley.
And a big cheer from the players' area as well. Are you going to tell Hendo or am I?
I think they all know that
Fifth leg,
Hendo
John to
wins
throw
and it's
first.
game
Game
over.
on.
They need Michael Huntley to continue that winning run.
108.
He's going to have to play some darts to do it, though. Hendo kicks off with a max. That is his 15th score of 180 so far this week.
Never mind that, we had 3 Paul
123.
Hinks in the players' area.
There's only one Paul Hinks.
No selfies today, though.
81.
There is the great man. Sharing a house with him this week. He's had 3 porridges
46.
and 3 pot noodles.
$100.
And also had 3 pot noodles, but he's having half a day because he doesn't want to spend too much.
134. John O'Carr, 140.
140 for Hendo.
$82.
Leaves a 2-dart finish. That's always plan B. Michael Hunt is absolutely nothing he can do about
60.
this demolition
John O'Carr,
job
58.
again. There's only been one person going to win this game, and it's the man in your pitch. He's got 2 darts at his beloved tops. Perfect Marcus Shuley. And that is an
Game shot of the match,
exquisite
John
performance from
Henderson.
John Henderson, and another 4-1 victory. Michael Huntley once again magnanimous in defeat. The sportsmanship between the guards have been absolutely brilliant. It's so evident. And look at John Henderson there. Didn't look at his best, but a 98.60 average. 4 from 5 on the outer ring. A nice 100+ check out as well. The perfect game for John Henderson, surely. And next up, it's Jared Cole versus Patrick van den Booharde.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are all looking forward to a big Hendo weekendo here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, because John Henderson is into Saturday night's finale, getting the better of Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 1, and that is enough to get the job done for the Highlanders. So we're going to see him into the finale on Saturday evening. Hendo looking to make it through to Champions Week for a second time. Right, next up for us, it's about B and C as far as Jared Cole and Patrick van den Booharde is concerned. Watching this one, Glenn and Matt.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, John Henderson blew away Michael Huntley there.
First leg, Jared to through first.
It's just been good to watch, hasn't it? It's just good, real vintage performance from him. The 2 guys not really sure where their games are right now and what their plan of attack is going to be. Is it going to be Group B or is it going to be Group C? It's looking like Group C, so they could be playing each other again another twice this week, potentially another 3 times this week. So the game must be, there must be focus on let's get
100.
one over on each other here, because the likelihood is we'll be playing each other tomorrow.
At the back end of the last game, we saw Jared Cole take off the glasses
96.
and actually start to produce some decent stuff. And I feel like that's going to be a negative because it's going to make him ask questions of himself. Is it the glasses that are causing this performance?
54.
He started this match without them.
Yeah, it's that short-term hit for me. Is you think that's the problem? I see absolutely no
58.
difference in his throw, his, everything. But he will know. It's just about getting that word. It's feel. You want to be on that hockey and you want to feel good about yourself. And if he thinks it's
43.
better without the glasses, who are we to argue with? But the throw is exactly the same.
83. $81.
Robbie King and Wesley Plazier coming up next. That is a game that the winner will be guaranteeing their position for the
140.
Group B campaign. A loser could still be caught. Could be caught by whoever wins this match.
125. Jared Yukar, 79.
Yeah, Jared Cole would have Hendo in his last game, but Hendo come off the gas knowing he's won.
Game shot on the first leg.
So
Jared
much
Cole.
better, so much solid, and he'd be thinking it's the fact he's not wearing the glasses. And like I said, even if that's a real swing for him in his mind that he feels better without it, he's nodding his head of appreciation.
Second leg
there.
party to throw first. Game on.
Deep thought. The only thought I would have is potentially I'm playing you tomorrow, Patrick. So you're getting it.
100.
And it'll mean that Jared Cole will leave here in about
140.
an hour and 20 minutes time, and he's going to go with question marks. He's going to be asking questions of himself. He'll be doing the same thing tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if he's watching this back
100.
later on tonight to try and assess what he should do with the glasses or without. So, hello, Jared of the future. Nice to see you.
140.
Well, if he's assessing the week, like I said, the word's been inconsistent. When he's looked good, he's looked absolutely sensational. When he's looked bad, he's looked dreadful.
44.
So there's not been real much of a happy medium for him. But what I would say, he can just turn at the flick of a switch. And it's nice to have that feeling. Because look at this.
140.
Potential for an 11 darter. He's been thrown 11 darter a double in some games. So it's very difficult to assess. And like I said, for me, it just looks relaxed. And I think that's priority number one for him.
32. Jared Yukar, 81. $49.
A very talented dart player, and you'd say it probably came together for him the most. That victory he had at Lakeside over Martin Adams, a legend
100.
of those halls.
Jared Yukar, 32.
Potentially the last game we'll see of Martin at Lakeside.
No score. Patrick Yukar, 125.
You could play every video back Jared's played and you'll think the commentary is exactly the same. As Patrick looks at treble 20, it's dipped short, so Jared will be back.
65. Jared Yukar, 32.
Stare at that green bit, Jared, as if there's nothing else on the
Game
dartboard.
shot on the second leg. Jared Cole.
There's the little nod there he says to himself. That's that little G up he's given himself.
Third leg, Jared to throw first. Game on.
You'd say the commentary's been very similar because the story's been
100.
the same all the time, and we can just sit and narrate on the story that's in front of us. If the script's the same every time round, it's
60.
that story for Jared Cole. It's the doubles that have really let him down. When you look at the table, he's
100.
not too far off, and when you look at the averages, he's not too far off. It's just a few too many missed opportunities.
57.
So if that's the story, I'd see positives from that because you can turn those doubles around. The inconsistencies, just keep it very, very basic. You know, just keep throwing straight. We'll just work on that technique. Repetition each time.
100.
He seems to be rushing, looking around. When he does this, I think right now that looks really nice, really pleasing
59.
to see. I think he's still got an awful lot to play this week.
I have to agree. He's one of the people I expect to see here on Saturday night.
56. Jared
And
Yakar,
alongside John Henderson, who we
142.
now know is through to Saturday night. He'll be enjoying a couple
27.
of days off, getting himself an ice cream and a bag of donuts off the seafront.
$44. Jared Yakar, 115.
We'll go downstairs. Oh, yeah, it's another option to go on. It's more of an exhibition shot, I always feel that. So he's going
64.
25 bull tops. It just feels to me that Hendo's knocked the stuffing out of all the players. It's the feeling I'm getting
100.
right now. It feels like a
Jared
real
Yakar,
gutter
51.
snipe into the players' bellies right now, and he's just grabbed this competition.
Game shot on the third leg. Jared Cole.
Jared Cole, nice two-dart combination. It just all feels very slow and laborious, doesn't it?
Fourth leg
Lethargic.
Patrick to throw first. Game on.
Well, the golden ticket essentially has gone and it's playing for places now.
But that Group B and Group C difference, I think, it's huge.
97.
I wouldn't fancy going through a Group C. You know, again, it is more in the afternoon now, but it's that 2 from 6 ratio. With some seriously
99.
good players to come into who are going to be fresh. I think Justin Hood, Andy Hamilton, Alan Tabban, if they're watching this, will be delighted what they
100.
will be facing. But if I was in the position of this man, I would feel confident I can get through that group, especially with darts like this.
140.
Like the release on that dart.
98.
That one as well, just a little bit late. Tiredness, frustration.
38.
Yeah, and you look at him, he looks ultra fit, doesn't he? So it could be more of a mental tiredness rather than physical.
58.
But because the debuts, they may not know the real importance of that B and C. If you were a dart player, you'd fancy your chance of 3 from
100.
5,
Patrick
like
Yakar,
Group B is.
148.
If you didn't, I'd have real concerns about your thought process.
$58. Jared Yakar, 124.
This for the match. Despite the fact he has struggled on the
63.
finishes, he's not
Patrick
struggled on the big
Yakar, 90.
ones. 5 of those so far, including the biggest one of them all, the 170. That was a match-winning shot. Double 5
85.
to have saved this
Jared Yakar,
match.
61.
Jared Cole to keep his hopes alive of a Group B qualification.
57. Patrick Yakar, 5.
How often does that happen when you want the 25 and you hit the ball?
So go treble 15 then. Good dart. The difficult part of that process.
Game shot on the fourth
Hasn't looked
leg.
his best Patrick Van den
Boogaard.
Bogarde in this game. Like I said, he looks tired. Looks like fatigue's really kicked in. The fact he can't get through this group, this just hasn't had that bounce in the step. But he's still in
Fifth
this
leg
game.
Jared to throw first. Game on.
the fact that Jared Cole's got the throw in at least 2 of the last 3 legs, if it goes the distance, makes the man in your picture there still a
75.
very big favourite. So I'm sat next to the king of social media, so we have got some messages. Just run through, so thanks for everyone who's started to get involved.
37.
We've got the lady from Middlesbrough again, Leslie Harrison. We didn't have pot noodles at my house when the gentleman Darrell Fitton stayed over. Blah, blah, boring, boring.
134.
Darren Forsyth. Yes, I remember that night very well. I can still fit in that T-shirt. And Stephen Lamb, this is better. How about a ladies' week, Matt? Trainer Lisa Fallon. I've already played another.
134.
The setup would be great to see a 6-lady setup Group A or a full week of lady players, and I'm all for that.
32.
Yet to see Bo Greaves down here, aren't we? I think I'd like to see that.
100.
An all
60.
ladies week in Glendurant. Don't mention my chest.
More thinking that Mrs. Durrant won't be happy with that week.
140.
From absolutely nowhere, Patrick's sort of awaken.
28. Patrick Khan 90.
Jared Cole has gone to sleep. Scores a 32, 60 and 28 with Jared in his last 9 darts.
$78. 60. Patrick Khan 12.
Just a little too late there for Jared. And Patrick is going to be right back in this game. This would be for a breaker throw.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Patrick van den
Smack
Booga.
bang in the middle. Doesn't get any better than that for Patrick van den Bogarde. But again, you would think he's lost the leg there, the way his
6
demeanour.
leg
And
Patrick to throw first. Game
you've
on.
got to want it when you get on the Rocky. You've got to really have that desire every single time as we get a real close-up of that throw. Just seems to be letting him down. I don't think it's the actual
81.
structure of the throw. I do think it's a real mental battle for him up there. And like I said, it's only halfway through the week for these players.
100. $97. 100.
Better darts there from Jared Cole. You won't forget them last 9 darts of the previous leg. He's gone ton in this one.
93.
Oh, he's 70 behind.
59.
Advantage now with the Dutchman.
Jared Cole is one of the players as well that has had 3-0 leads on multiple occasions and it's been
60.
turned around against him. You will not want to add another one to that list. That is an unwelcome record.
95.
Yeah, it
Patrick
does seem
Carr,
to me when he
170.
speeds up a little bit, he does look better. Seeing the big fish this week.
$85. Jared Carr 147.
And you get the maximum to win the game. No, he can't. And he's trebleless again.
57. Patrick Carr 85.
This is for 3-3.
It looked like Jared was going to run away with this one. 4-0 at one point. Could be in a spot of bother. We're looking over at the 16s. Treble leaves him the double 9.
76. Jared Carr 90.
Opportunity for Jared to finally get the points on the board.
For the match.
45.
I
Patrick
found that
O'Connor,
route, to
9.
be perfectly honest.
I just don't think they're both thinking. I just think they're going through the mill right now. They might regret it when they realise they had a good chance to get into Group B. Double 2 to save it. You have to
5.
feel this is
Double
Jared
two
Cole's
par 45.
big chance for the match. That is wild. 27 left. The double 4.
41. Patrick O'Connor,
Scrappy,
4.
messy, lazy. That's how I would the conclusion of this game for these two players. They need to pick themselves up.
Game shot on the
They've
6th
got a
leg.
last
Patrick
leg
van den
beside her.
Boogaard.
And look at the shoulder sap. Now raise your expectations. Get up there. Get into the player. Another 3 minutes of darts there.
7
You
and
would
final leg.
think
Jared to throw first. Game on.
being playing for a 24-hour marathon. That's how it feels watching the pair of them right now. And there's that
58.
little bit of pace there for Jared. Hasn't worked. You can see the response. He's not happy with that. And can Patrick really get that silky smooth through going? Because when it's been 3-3, he usually opens up with a 140 minimum.
180.
And that's not the first time at 3-3 he's opened up with a 180. And this is what we should have been seeing the whole game.
125.
Pace has dropped off two fantastic players. It's a huge 3-0 lead for Jared Cole.
These are the two biggest 180 hitters we've got this week as well.
140.
33 180s between the pair. We may be seeing them drop into Group C.
140.
Where were these darts? Where have these darts been the past 12 minutes?
$100. $50. Patrick O'Connor, 81.
111 darter. I didn't think I'd be seeing that in this match. You look at treble 19. The two darter, double 12. What
Game
a
shot of the match,
sensational
Patrick van den
finish from
Boogaard.
Patrick van den Boogaard. He was getting beat 3-0 in that game. But come back to 4-3. A very disappointing end for Jared Cole there. It went very stale in mid-match there. Really should have sorted out that game. But for Patrick, he just kept professional throughout, and that last leg was absolutely fantastic. A beautiful 11 darter being the real highlight of that match. And next up, it's the return of Robbie King against Wesley Plazier.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Patrick van der Boeghade nail an 11-dart leg to get the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 3. That means that the King of the Castle is going to be laying his claim in Group C on Thursday and Friday, respectively. As far as Robbie King and Wesley Plaisir are concerned, well, now Hendo is confirmed as a Group A winner. It is all about securing a slot in Group B come Thursday and Friday night. Right, watching this one, let's hand back to Matt and Glenn.
Thank you so much, Henry.
First, game on.
Yes, the absolute battle for Group B, that's for sure. This man will be very disappointed the way the day's gone so far. He's had
23.
He's probably had about, let's say, a good hour to prepare for this game. Maybe just get his mind back to where he was the previous
60.
2 days. And like I said, both of them would be a little bit disappointed that John Henderson's ran away with the group in the end. I don't think it was expected to finish as a conclusion
62.
like that. For both debutants, both, again, may not realise the importance that the effect of playing in Group B.
46.
And the way they've both started, you don't sense that.
100.
Well, the winner of this one will know their fate. That'll be decided. But Patrick van den Boeghade could play himself
44.
into consideration as well. Especially due to the fact his last game is against Robbie King. That could be a Group B
43.
shootout match.
How would you assess the week so far on an individual basis then? I'll start with Michael Huntley.
99.
It's just one of those horrible weeks for him. He's showed some bounce back ability, especially when he plays Robbie King, but he'll have to do something with his scoring power if he has any
140.
aspirations of reaching Saturday night via Group C.
I think as a collective, when we look at all the players, before we started and before a dart was
95.
thrown,
Robbie Carr, 133.
I don't think nothing would have really surprised me in terms of what we've seen so far. It's really nice, though, to see John Henderson, the man top of the table,
42.
the man through to Saturday
Wesley
night,
Carr,
playing the darts he is.
157.
And I'm sure you're not as keen knowing that he's going to be in that seniors match play with you in a month's time.
I'm not looking forward to the draw, that's for sure.
81. Robbie Carr, 91.
Doesn't get himself down to a double, which will disappoint. There's
26.
that missed dart and a big
Wesley
number at the
Carr,
end again.
76.
And for Plazier, he's at 76 already today. Last time it was sweet as in a treble 20, double 8. This time he's going to have to bring double top into consideration.
Game
And
shot
double
on the
top he
first
does.
leg. Wesley
He
Plaisir.
holds his hands up saying, where have you been for 2 days? Why are you hitting doubles now when it doesn't mean as much? Because
Second leg,
Wesley,
Wesley
you're
did
a
for the
little bit more
first.
relaxed.
Game on.
The pressure, the tension isn't on you no more. And maybe the fact that all eyes aren't on him for the rest of the week, that might help him
98.
settle as well, because we were all very keen on Monday when he walked into the building to see how well he was going to play. He does come with that massive reputation. He's the current world master as well.
43.
And I just think he's flattered to deceive, really. I think it's his school report would say could do better.
140.
I think when you look through his career stats as well, he has
81.
done some good bits, but it's just, I think we're judging him on those levels. I mean, we look at last year, he played to the
57.
2022 German Darts Grand Prix. En route beating Jim Williams, who's playing some fantastic darts at the moment. Joe Cullen, who we know what he's doing at the moment, got through to
100.
the quarterfinals yesterday of the World Match Play. Dirk van Dijvenbode to reach the quarterfinal stage, where he actually only lost in a sudden death leg
45.
against a man who won that European tour and pretty much most European tours at the moment, Luke Humphries.
140. Westfield car 161. $65. Robbie car 137.
Will be taking a place at Lakeside when that tournament comes around in December.
You'd have to fancy his chances for that.
97.
But
Westfield car 96.
you'd have to say, not a few players like this, really. The guy who's beat those names that you mentioned, I think that's what I was expecting to see this week. Over the double 19
56.
there.
Robbie car 40.
Just haven't been talking an awful lot about this man in your picture right now. I can assure you he was not missing these on Monday
30.
and Tuesday.
Westfield car 40.
What a difference a day makes.
Game shot on the second leg. Wesley Plazier.
Not spectacular. Both averaging mid-70s. And the only credit we can give this match so far is that statistic at the bottom there for Wesley Plazier.
Third leg,
2
Robert
from 2 on the
first.
outside
Game
ring.
on.
The rest of it has been pretty disappointing from two very, very good players.
$81.
He's a player that will eventually get himself onto the tour. I'm confident of that. A man from The
60.
Hague in the Netherlands, a very popular place. First put on the map by Raymond van Barneveld, the 5-time
85.
champion of the world. Lovely place as well. Have you ever been to The Hague?
Yes. Yeah.
57.
There's one thing you'd like there. They've got this food court which has got like 30 different restaurants, or you
60.
can just sit in the middle and have a bit from them all.
We used to have them world buffets, didn't we? I'd have a Indian on my plate with sushi.
96.
I love those sort of places. The only place that you'll have a Yorkshire pudding with your sweet and sour chicken.
$43.
Just think everything's been sucked out of Robbie King right now. He's just seems to be really struggling. Whereas in the cricket, Australia were a little bit down the dust, but they are
140.
fighting back right now. Can the same be said about this man? He's going to be disappointed,
62.
Matt, isn't he?
Westfield car 148.
Based on what we've met and spoke to him, and I think this is going to be a very disappointing conclusion from Brie Musson going to Group C for me.
He will be disappointed. He was top after Monday, top after Tuesday. Came in today. He had something to lose today.
88.
And maybe that's
Robbie
part
car
of what we're
170.
seeing. Because until now, it's just all been gain.
Well, he needs 6 sixes.
105. Westfield car 60.
He likes this tops in this match. Not this time. And he's just
50.
didn't
Robbie
seem a
O'Connor,
lot of composure,
65.
did that. He was unbalanced. He was rocking and rolling. Big 18 for tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Robbie King.
There's that bounce back that he's looking for, but Wesley had his chances. He's the only one to blame.
Fourth leg Wesley to throw first. Game on.
It was the doubles that let Robbie King down
85.
in the last game when he was turned over by Michael Huntley for the second time this week. He's the only man to lose to Michael Huntley so far. 1 from 13.
121.
Yeah, on Monday, I felt like the group sort of disappointed as a collective. I was expecting, I think they were all sort of sussing each other out. I thought yesterday was
85.
really good. Very, very good performance of a lot of the players. And today, John Henderson has just come in and just threw a couple of jabs. And I tell you, they've all been knocked out because
93.
the games seem lethargic. There doesn't seem an awful lot of energy in the players there. And I think John Henderson has just done a fantastic job on every single player.
96.
Better from King.
140.
Absolutely outstanding.
180.
John Henderson.
137. Robbie
Running
Carr,
average today.
107.
96. That is highlighted by that 111. That does boost it up. But he has been dominant. This could be brilliant as well.
67. Wesley McCann, 98.
I think for the first time, Robbie had a little bit of belief there, and I think he thought that tops was in. It's a bit of a stinker, 98. He's not going to get a chance at a double.
38. Robbie McCann, 40. $30. Wesley McCann, 60.
What's going on today, Matt? Am I being too critical, or has it just gone very disappointing?
I think he will be disappointed. He's not dropped below an 80 average on the first 2 days. And he's been at the very low 70s twice today. And he's below the 80
Game shot
once
on the
again.
fourth leg. Wesley Plezier.
He's now 3-1 down. It's just adding up for Robbie King. He's just not the same player today. You mentioned about tension and tightness in the shoulders, fidgety. I can
Fifth leg,
see all
Robert
those
is
signs
first.
myself.
Game
Certainly
on.
when the chips are down. It's just not quite produced today. But the beauty of the Super Series is it's not all on this group. He will have another opportunity. But I'm with you. I think
140.
Group B is the place he needs to be.
Well, I think he'll know what he needs to do because he is in the final match of the day. And I think he'll like the fact he's playing Patrick van den Bohade.
140.
And he'll be back in his hands again. But does he understand the importance of coming in the top three? I don't know with these debutants.
Well, he did say
84.
to us on Monday when we had a little chat with him that he's very aware of the Super Series. He watches it quite regularly, so he should know all the different permutations. We speak about them very regularly. and
140.
the advantages and the more preferred routes to get yourself into Saturday nights.
Yeah, and some people might say, well, it's really important. This is where your
85.
family and friends in between games can come and by sending them a message. But the players don't have their telephones. There's no real contact. They're in this players area. They do have the TV screen that you're looking at there. So it's really
26.
up to them themselves to find their answers. And like I said, I was so impressed with this guy. So impressed. And I'd love to ask the question of,
140.
you know, what did happen? Was he not feeling too good? Did a bit of belief, that expectation that we've talked about on here?
133. Robbie McCann,
This
52.
is a must hit to stay in this game. The double eight,
Game shot on the fifth leg. Robbie King.
solid as a rock.
If you just watch that leg, you'd be like, what on earth's Glenn Durrant on about today? Because that has been spot
Sixth
on.
leg, Wesley to throw
And I
first.
want to be proved
Game on.
wrong. I like Robbie. I want to be proved wrong.
85.
You can only say what you see, can't you? The nature of the beast.
59.
Chance for the big stuff.
122. $60.
Never a fan of black flights, black darts, black. Just was sent a prototype, you know, to see if I like it.
100.
I like to see the silver flying in the air. I don't know. Just my preference, of course.
40.
Well, that 16 there probably tells you where his fate lies, because it does feel like he's given up. He shouldn't, because his opponent is spreading them all over the place as well.
We did see
80.
that creeping at the back end of the last game as well when he thought he was going against Michael Huntley, just almost throwing in the towel. Right now, you feel like
41.
Wesley
Wesley
Blazier
Carr,
would be picking the towel off the
114.
back of his head.
Well, it's looking like Wesley is going to guarantee his place in Group B.
58.
Plenty of time on his hands here to polish off 56.
134. Wesley car 56.
Tops for the match.
16. Robbie car 167.
Well, he virtually threw in the towel as he got one big knockout still to come.
He might be asking for the towel back.
79. Wesley car 40.
You saw Wesley in the background just psyching himself up for this tops.
Game
That's
shot on the match.
exactly what
Wesley
he hits.
Plazier.
Has to be said, it was a fairly disappointing game with two great players, but it's Wesley Plazier who wins 4-2 in that match, and he secures a Group B place moving forward this week. Disappointing stats for both players, well under their average of the week, and no real highlights to give apart from the fact that Wesley gets the 2 points he desired. And next up, the superb John Henderson against the unpredictable Jared Cole.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And everyone, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Wesley Plazier has got the better of Robbie King by 4-2 before the break. So this is what we've seen so far today as we head into the final round of matches on the final day of action in Group A. And this is how the table looks. John Henderson is the victor in the group. He made hay whilst the sun shined early on in the session. He won 12 legs for the concession of just one. That's helped helped him healthily in the legs difference, and that's enough to get him through. As for Jared Cole, it's a race for it's Group C for him. The final thing to be decided is whether Robbie King or Patrick van der Buchada are going to make it into Group B. Robbie King needs a couple of legs to do exactly that in the final game of the session. But time for the final game of the first game of the final round of this session. I will get my words in at some point. It sees Jared Cole up against John Henderson, hopefully stringing a sentence together in commentary. It's Glenn and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Brilliant job as always, and thanks for that wonderful analysis. It does mean a couple of things, that final game does have something to play for in a sense of that Group
First
B
leg,
and
Jared
Group
to
C.
throw
But
first.
right now, that man who's just taken his darts, John Henderson, has absolutely been magnificent today. Real colossal performances. That 111 average is the real standout. He just looks like he's enjoying it. He's really put them shoulders out and the chest out and saying to the other players, I'm going to grab this Group A victory. And I think, Matt, he will benefit from a couple of days off. What would you do?
100.
In John's situation, would you leave the dartboard alone?
I've been in John's situation. I won a Group A, and I laid in bed in my
85.
boxer shorts playing Football Manager.
Why do you have to go so low?
For 2 solid days. I only got up just
One out
to
of
eat, go to the
40.
toilet, and yep, didn't do too much. And then when it came round to the action, I felt so off the pace because all I did was just lay down for 2 days
58.
playing Football Manager. I would heavily suggest that's a bad move. Yes, I took Salford City from League 2 and won the Premier League, but it's not quite
94.
the plan. If I could do it again, I would even stay away from the board. That's fine. I'm not debating the fact you should be on the board. You can jump on or not, depending. But just go for a walk.
98.
Be
John McCall,
active.
167.
Don't just get sedentary.
Yeah. I think there's a Dutch player as Endo looks at it at 167. He's done everything else today. And I think there was a Dutch player, whether it was Berry Van Peer, who said he just had 2 days. Might have been Jelle Klassen or someone who
99.
said they had 2
John
days. And
McCall, 160.
exactly the same as you. Come to Saturday night, they were just off the pace. So it's really important to do something, but totally agree. I would stay
55.
off the
John
board, but
McCall,
lots of
68.
walks, lots of hydration. And like I said, plenty of fresh air. As Henderson looks at 68. Double 4.
60. Jared McCall, 105.
Options on 105. Jared does like to play the board a little bit. The treble 18.
48. John McCall, 8.
It's just oh
Getting
so
shown the
easy
first
for
leg.
John
John
Henderson at the
Henderson.
moment. He takes an early lead and a break of throw, so he's done the job already. Because he had to break Jared Cole at least once if he's going to win this match.
Second leg, John to throw first. Game on.
The ultimate professional, just getting on with his job. With the intention of moving on to 22 points and booking his place for Saturday
125.
night.
If you do have a tablet
Them wine gums are minging, by the way, aren't they?
I've been telling you for days. I've been warning you for days about those.
I nearly brought that one up there halfway through that
180.
conversation. Lovely 180 from Jared Cole.
But if you do have a tablet or some sort of device nearby, you can see what I'm about to show Glenn Durrant right now, which is
140.
the mind and the heat map of the mind and the activity of the mind compared to sitting quietly or after walking for 20 minutes.
180.
Well, the mind right now for Jared Cole will be red hot.
The week he's had, can you imagine hitting a 9-darter here?
We said if
58.
someone was
Jared
going to hit a
Cole,
180 this
141.
week, it would be Jared Cole. The commentary should have been in-house in the players' area because I can tell you they were screaming and shouting there.
45.
I think even John Henderson wanted that to happen, to be fair.
Yeah, I think we all did.
$92. Judge car 96.
This is typical when you're on for a 9-darter. All of a sudden, your mind is still on that 1-4-1.
36. John
It's
car
incredible
86.
how many times you can be on a 9-darter and lose the leg. Well, Hendo's got a chance here at 86 to do exactly that. And it's
Getting shot on the
exactly what he
second leg.
does.
John Henderson.
Just a beautiful 2-dart finish at 86. And Jared Cole's thinking, what has just happened there? I've just missed a 9-darter and I've lost the leg. Once again,
leg, Jared, to throw
beautiful
first.
dart from the
Come on.
Highlander.
He's not lost a lot today. He's only lost 2 legs so far for the day,
56.
John Henderson. This is his final game.
That's a stat. You were saying about the mind.
Yeah,
100.
walks. Rather than just sitting quietly, never mind just laying in bed. It's not just the movement as well. It's all the sensory, the different smells, the different sounds, the different sights, the different colours,
80.
the different paces around you, cars flashing by, motorbikes, people moving around. It just really activates that brain, and that is why I'd strongly suggest, even if you're not playing, just to be up and moving about,
140.
because it just goes cold. And let's say if you do have a screen nearby you, just type into your Google
41.
heat map of the brain after walk, and you'll see exactly what I am talking about.
Welcome back to University Challenge. John Henderson is leading 2-0 here. John Henderson's into his walking at the moment, Matt. He had his weight loss down to that. Well, it's the best exercise for him, he thinks, and he feels it makes him feel better.
100. John car
I'll tell you
161.
what, as he approaches the hockey again, another 100 average he's on now. It's just getting pretty relentless.
55.
This could be one of the best daily averages I've ever seen from a player. It was 96 coming into this game. If he posts it around the 100 mark in this match,
54.
it's going to be
John car
potential
106.
record territory.
Yeah, I'd fear for his motivation going into this game, but once again, just so professional as he looks at 106. He's going to look at a big 6. How much can see? Doesn't have to move on the hockey.
86.
I'll
Judge
tell
car
you what, I think he
170.
thought that was in. He would have been to see exactly how the dart landed there. And we left this on purpose with a big 14. Was this the reason? Oh,
Getting shot
yes,
on the
it was
third
the
leg. Jared
reason.
Cole.
He can't buy a double all week, he's thinking. So I'm going to hit a big fat 14, leave a 170, and I'm going to smash it in.
Again.
Fourth leg,
Again.
John to third first. Game on.
Last time we did it, though, it was for the match. There's been a couple of famous incidents, hasn't there? 170 for the match. Nathan Aspinall won the UK Open with a 170.
I have a feeling I know where this is going.
85.
Didn't Colin Lloyd win the World Match
I
Play
know where
with
it's going. It's when I beat...
with a 170?
It's when I beat Robert Thornton with a 170 you're going to get to, isn't it?
I mean, there was a famous instance of a Scotsman losing.
125.
Gary Anderson lost with a 170 finish once.
I haven't heard that one. But good for Jared Cole. Like I said, you feel as if
100.
he's been fighting with himself today. Not only a change in the equipment at the beginning of the week, taking his glasses off today as well. So
100.
he'll know where he's at his best going into his campaign into Group C, where he's going to need to be at his best against Justin Hood, Andy Hamilton and Alan Tabban. A couple of legends right
52.
there, isn't there?
Really looking forward to seeing Alan Tabban back on the dartboard again. Not seen him play for quite a while now.
140.
Enjoy watching Alan Tabban play. And it'd just be ironic that we'll have 2 of the tightest men in darts under the same roof.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
We'll not be going for a drink with
100.
Durant
Judge
and
car
Alan
136.
Tabban without making sure the bank card and the credit card are in tow.
John car 164.
Looking at positive, his board management is fabulous. Once again, he's spraying it around, but oh, surely not, Hendo. Surely not.
139. Judge car 36. Game shot on the fourth leg, Jared Cole.
This is the Jared Cole we expected. In them last two legs, he'd be just thinking to himself, he's been absolutely fantastic. That 170 finish, hitting doubles
This leg,
with
Jared, you
ease.
first. Game on.
We haven't seen a stat like that for Jared Cole this week, have we?
It's been a big problem for him. But he has been a big hitter. I mean, when we get to check out of the week on Saturday,
100.
he's going to be appearing in that quite a few times, twice for the 170s. And he also had a 144 in there as well. Got a few days still to go. We could add some more.
140.
And you just don't know if you're John Henderson, you may be playing Jared Cole on Saturday night. So
96.
might not seem an important game right now, and all games are different, etc., etc. But you just want to get one over on potential opponents, and he's looking good, isn't he?
180.
Once again, John Henderson, that's average, goes over the 100 mark. He has landed and converted
93.
one of these. Game number 2, a 4-0 victory over Wesley Plazier, 111. And he is well on course for registering the second Tumpless average of the week so
100.
far. Not just for himself, but for any player in any match.
$58. John Ricard, 81.
He'll go for his trusted way. He just had a little look there of what Jared Cole needed. That's academic now because it's treble 14. Just the big 20 to leave his beloved
41.
tops.
Jared Ricard, 154.
I've seen the 170, a potential 164. And here we go again. It's tops.
134. John Ricard, 40.
Would have been the bingo card of finishing here from Jared Cole.
Game shot on the fifth leg,
marker,
John
Matt. I
Henderson.
don't know if you've seen the same as me, but it just seems to sit it on that wire the first dart, and the second one he just follows the trajectory of that first dart. It's quite
Six legs, John, the
mesmerising at
third
times. I
first.
just
Game on.
fully expected the first one just to go above, and the second one in. Looking good, isn't he?
I wouldn't say
135.
he's looking good. I'd say he's looking fantastic. He's looking like a man who knows what he wants on this game, and he's certainly going the way about it in terms of the performance. Be on
100.
his way back up to the top, and that's one thing that John Henderson's got this year. You say reset quite a lot, but that is something that is really going to be in his play, because
40.
when you're on that tour, and you mentioned this yesterday about when you're going up, it's great, you see the money going on, but then you start defending. And I remember there was a case when I went to the UK Open
100.
and I was defending a 5th round prize pot, and I made the 4th round. And I didn't come away going, well, actually, the 4th round's quite nice, that's a good achievement. I came away thinking, I've lost a round's worth
140.
of money on my rankings. And you come away from a positive sometimes, even in a negative state. Let's say Peter Wright reaches the semi-finals of the World Match Play. He's going to
60.
lose a big chunk of his money still off of his rankings, despite a positive result.
Yeah, well, if you flip the coin there, he's ranked at number 11 going into 2024. But if he has good runs at the match
54.
play, the Grand Prix, the Players' Champs, and the Worlds, you know, he could be still back in the top 4. So it's the way that you look at it. It's that whole yin and yang thing, and that's where I was very impressed with Simon Whitlock. Whenever he was going through that bad
37.
patch, he'd only
John
focus on
Ricard,
the positives.
132.
I've kept in regular contact with Devon Peterson, very similar. This has just been a masterclass of setting up and finishing. No, it's not in, John. Definitely not in, John. Honestly.
I think he believes you now.
76.
Lock the door, though, just in case he comes looking for me. Just another fantastic performance. And I've enjoyed the performance from Jared Cole here. So if he is watching his games back,
56. John Ricard,
we
56.
still think you've got a major part to play in this competition. Just above and just in.
36. Jared Ricard, 148.
His predictions are now 0 from 17.
58 to undercard 20.
For the match.
No score. Daradu 90.
Well, this would make him favourite to win the match, because if he can take this out, he'll have the throw in the last leg. John Henderson, who's done very little wrong, might have done it wrong at the wrong time, but
Wrong
no.
decision.
31.
Bad decision, Jared. Because there's no way you're coming back again. It's been
Game,
a masterclass
shot,
of a
and the
day
match.
from
John
John
Henderson.
Henderson. Absolutely sublime throughout. Virtuoso. First class. 22 points. We'll see you, John Henderson, on Saturday night. Will he be holding the trophy at the end? And for Jared Cole, it's been a strange old day. But I think he finished off on a bit of a high there with that wonderful 170 finish. And he finally got his check out a little bit better. But the day belongs to John Henderson. Still a couple of games still to go. It's Wesley Plazier up next against Michael Huntley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined by our Group A winner, John Henderson. John, many, many congratulations. Today, you came out the tracks flying and you never really relented, did you?
I know I needed to do that today because the last couple of days I've struggled. I do believe I have struggled with my throw, but no, the day is the third day and I played really well, I must admit. My doubles worked today, which I haven't been working all week, but no, the scoring was there, the doubles are there, so no, it's good when it all clicks.
Was it just one of those where you just woke up today and it just all clicked together compared to the last couple of days?
Definitely. I just thought if I don't care if I get straight through. I maybe then play on tomorrow and Friday, or maybe suits my game better. I don't know. But no, it's nice to have the couple of days off. But no, I played well the day. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. But no, doubles has been eluding me the last couple of months. I've been practiced hard with it, but luckily for me, the day they came back.
After the first day, was the rest of the group a little bit of a free hit because there was no pressure on you maybe from the outside?
Well, it's a hard group of players. Obviously, it was so tough the first day. The second day, I kind of felt myself in here, and I knew I had to at least win 4 games to be standing here talking to you, and I've won every game, and but it's such a kind of, obviously Wesley's been playing well. Robbie's come over from New Zealand, he's playing really, really well. So it was always a tough group, but I'm so glad to get through it.
Back through to Saturday night, where we just always seem to see you here at the Super Series. What is it about this competition that makes you just feel so comfortable and so at home?
I don't know what it is. Obviously, I wouldn't have my tour card. That's no. I'm not going to lie about that. But the opportunities that we've got now, obviously, this modus, I love every minute. But I've played in it 3 times now. I've won one. I've got beat the final in one, and now I'm right into the Saturday for the next one. And it's I don't know what to put my finger on it, but I'm enjoying it. I think everybody, non-tour card holders, we use it as good practice. So I'll just take it on and a couple of days off, which I'm going to enjoy, if I'm being honest, because it's tough. It really is tough. They're long days. But no, I love every minute of it, and just hopefully I can batter on.
And just quickly about yourself, obviously there would have been disappointment losing that tour card last year. What's been the John Henderson mindset in 2023? We've seen you do well on the Challenge Tour, and obviously we're going to see you make that debut in the seniors in September. I
don't know. I've spoken to players previously. You get the hunger to try and get your to get your tour card back. Yes, that's where I want to be. I'm not going to lie, but the opportunities that you've got now, if you haven't got a tour card, is obviously because I'm an old man now, so I can get the seniors as well.
Over 50s bracket.
But no, this modus is brilliant. I use it as good practice, but as I say, tour card is my priority. I want to get back to playing against the elite of the sport. But I'll tell you, we've got so much opportunities now, and I'm loving it. I'm actually playing with a smile on my face again. I came at the end of last year when I lost my tour card. There was a lot of people thinking you don't look happy, and so I've got a nice wee burst of energy here, enjoying the game again, and hopefully I can use the modus, I can use the seniors to get back to where I should be.
Well, it's great to see you happy. Great to see you play well. We'll see you again on Saturday night. John Henderson, our group winner here at the Super Series. Couple more matches for us to go on our Wednesday afternoon programme. It kicks off with Wesley Plaisir up against Michael Huntley. And let's head down to the commentary box with Glenn and Matt.
Thank you so much, Henry. A really beautiful interview there with John Henderson, and totally agree with an awful lot what he's saying there. He's definitely playing with a lot more enjoyment, and I can understand what he means when you're losing your tour card and you're getting beat most weeks. It can be draining, it can be difficult, and you can't always play with a smile on your face. And he's really enjoying the opportunities he's getting with the MODUS Super Series. He's playing the associate member and still qualifying for Euro events. And because he's doing so well on the Challenge Tour, also he's still getting on the Pro Tour events. It's been actually a very good year for John Henderson, and I'm a big believer in life. Sometimes you have to take a step back to take a couple of strides forward, and that's what I'm getting the feeling for. And there's a big carrot, a big prize of the MODUS Super Series. $5,000, 20 grand for winning the actual Champions Week as well. So
26.
That's good money for amateur players, and I really enjoyed that, Matt.
It's good money for the professional players as well. When you think about
140.
Where would you need to be in the rankings to be earning that? I'd say there's a lot of players on the tour at the moment not even picking up that sort of prize money
45.
over a year. Never mind over what this is, a span of a couple of weeks.
$60.
Look at that top 64 position currently occupied by Cameron Menzies, currently sat around at £60,000, and that's over 2 years.
Yeah, there's so many players. I mean, there's decisions to be made now. I mean, Robert Thornton didn't even go to Q School last year because he wanted to retain his World Seniors title, and you've got to make John Henderson, Scott Mitchell, who are new into the World Seniors, big favourites again for the match play in York, and the prize fund that's there. These guys who are playing seniors, Challenge Tour, Pro Tours still, European Tours.
134.
But he still has them aspirations, them dreams of playing with the elite. And like I say, I thought it was a fabulous interview, that.
100. Mike Ricard, 84.
great start for Huntley. Sorry, Michael. I will stay quiet.
0 from 18 for Glenderant scoreboard.
60.
Save my bacon at the end.
$84. Mike Ricard, 24. Game shot on the first leg. Mike Huntley.
Have been excited with Michael Huntley opening up legs very, very well. That is not the first time his best leg's been the first one. It's now, Michael. Stay focused, stay concentrated.
Second leg, Mike, to third
Just
first.
make
Game
sure
on.
your first start is super straight above the treble 20.
How about in it?
Because that's what happens.
121.
That's when you've got to take into consideration the words game on. And a dart will drop a little bit. So I say to any player with their first
58.
dart, just aim just above the treble 20. And just watch what happens. And if it does that, feed off it. Perfect.
100.
Simple, straightforward on 280 after 6 starts.
$85.
Why are you dimming the lights in here? You're not going to kiss me, are you?
Not till later.
Get them lights
94.
back on.
Well, they say save your best for last. That's an expression that's been used for
140.
many years. I'm guessing Michael Huntley is a believer of that.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to stay quiet because usually a big 5 comes after I open my big mouth.
85.
But yes, this is good. 101 after 12. Exactly what you want to do on your throat. Make your opponent win in 12.
Or ironically, the big 5 also comes at the end of you
94.
throwing a
Michael
dart as
Carr,
well.
101.
You saw my 180s last night. Treble 19. Treble 10 he'll look at now just to set it up.
49.
This is good.
Wesley Carr, 124.
But typical for Huntley, the opponents this week have been hitting finishers. But not this time.
44.
Not for
Mike
the big
Ricard,
stuff.
52.
20 or 12. A little bit close.
36. Wesley Carr, 80.
Imagine if he can put his scoring power and his doubles together. Maybe that's what he's saving for Group C.
Sloppy. And you said this yesterday, actually, when Wesley Plazier came into his last game. You said
40.
lethargic,
Mike Ricard,
tired,
16.
sloppy. Are we getting a little bit more evidence of that again today, that maybe he doesn't have the stamina for one of these sort of groups, and maybe that's why Group B will be such a strength for him.
Game shot on the second leg. Mike
Kissed off
Huntley.
that second dart. And finally, maybe just a little bit of luck, maybe. Because I tell you what, he's kissed off Tungsten this week, and they've gone into big 11s. And like I said, it's
Third leg, Wesley to throw first. Game on.
a marathon, not a sprint, this MODUS Super Series. If he can go away with a couple of wins under his belt, what a story that would be if he can come
54.
back in Group C and qualifies for Saturday.
Even got a bow there from our referee, Paul Hinks.
$40.
Bow down to the king. We could have done with Robbie King being in that game.
He's coming up next. Game number 15, our final game of our Group A
134.
campaign. He'll be taking on Patrick van den Boogaard. That will be Group A concluded.
95.
All eyes will then be on our Group B and C campaigns that will start tomorrow afternoon. Later start time.
91.
Group C up first. A couple of veterans of the game will be joining us.
The hammer.
83.
Yeah, one of my favourite moments in the BDO was playing pairs with him at Bridlington, you know, obviously where I took a... It used to be like a bit of a beano for the players around our area, so we always had
122.
incredible support of that competition. And I played pairs with Andy Hamilton. Maybe my last year I was there. Oh, we were so good. So good.
137. Wesley O'Carr, 100. $62. Mike O'Carr, 146.
Options are 146, but Michael's very traditional. I'd expect him to go treble 20, treble 18 route.
Well, he's going to get an opportunity to leave this one quite handy, and Wesley's going to have decisions to make here.
105. Wesley O'Carr, 38.
That's quite a distance down for Wesley to get to the bottom of the board. He is a big chap. Wasn't able to make the full adjustment. Gets one more dart in hand.
22.
And Michael
Mike O'Carr,
Huntley,
41.
who has been taking pumpings left, right and centre all week, could be about to go 3-0 up against one of the group favourites, against one of the weekly
Game shot on the
favourites.
third leg. Mike Huntley.
Michael Huntley has broken the throw again. He's just a holder throw away from a huge, unexpected victory.
Fourth leg,
Massive
Mike to throw
odds.
first.
Massive
Game on.
upset on the cards.
Yes, he's not the only one to take some pumpings this week. Sat in this room. This is so much better. Just keeping it simple.
137.
Absolutely fantastic. And I even think the rest of the players will be happy, including Wesley. I mean, that's probably a strange thing to say because it must have been tough in that players' room for 3 days
55.
when you're just getting walloped every time you've played. You're just trying to save face more than anything there. And all of a sudden, you just begin to
100.
find some form. You've got to take away the John Henderson game, but we could say he's beat Robbie King. And a great chance now to beat Wesley Plazier.
77.
That would be 2 of the top 3 from this group. And there would be some positivity in there for Michael Huntley. It looks like he's going to get this wrapped up at the earliest possibility.
95.
Frustrated with the last dart, but he's got 200 points in hand. There is nothing Wesley can do. This is all about Michael Huntley.
100.
I'm just thinking as Wesley is going to be in Group B, would he want his friend to be in the same group where they're sharing the time together, or is it time to get away from
80.
each other and do your own thing?
$127. Mike O'Carr, 89.
And this is for the match. It's double 5. And
Game
what
shot
a
and the
result
match.
that is.
Mike
4-0
Huntley.
victory over Wesley Plazier from absolutely nowhere. And you won't be able to take that smile off Mike Huntley's face for the next 1 hour. It's been a tough campaign, but he saved his very best right till the end. His doubles were working, his scoring was great, and it was just cemented and complemented with that lovely 89 finish to win. Well done, Michael Huntley. That's a fantastic riposte. And a big game coming up, which will determine which player will be in Group B, which will player be in Group C. It's Patrick van den Bohada against Robbie King.
back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Michael Huntley got the better of Wesley Brazier by 4 legs to 0. Last up, Patrick van der Buchada up against Robbie King. Now, the situation is quite simple. Robbie needs 2 legs here to ensure his place in Group B. Patrick van der Buchada needs a 4-0, 4-1 because a 4-2 result would mean that Robbie King would still win via the head-to-head metrics. Right, enough whispering. Time for the action. Glenn and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, very, very simple process now. The man in your picture there taking his darts out needs 2 legs. And those 2 legs will take him into Group B. And for people joining us maybe for the first time, I'm not sure why we're hyping this up. It's just the fact that Group B is played in the night session. It is 3 from 5.
First leg is Patrick to
Group
through first.
C, which is back tomorrow afternoon with 3 from 2 from 6 going through there. So the ratio of qualifying means that you would say it's easy to qualify out of Group B and C. You've played in both, I assume?
It's tough because when I played Group C, I won it. When I played Group B, I won it. So
you're getting very boring. What happened to the Matt Edgar who should just get beat all the time?
57.
I'll pass that mantelpiece on to you. You took the torch and ran with it.
100.
I know Henry was really whispering the outcome there. I'm just wondering if both players know what the situation is.
28.
But again, Robbie, I'd love to know a penny for his thoughts, really, because this is just like watching a different man.
Saw him there just trying to stretch out the arm.
You
picked up on it very early. You mentioned, though, he looked very fidgety and agitated. He weren't comfortable at any point crossing that yellow line.
100.
The elbow as well. Yeah, you can just...
It's where that's going to sight itself, because if you get that tension, that nerve running all the way through the arm, where's that going to sight itself? Where's that going to feel the tension and the stress? It's certainly in the forearm at the moment for
100.
Robbie King,
107.
which will then just mean you'll throw a bit more body into it, and does things start to break down?
Game shot on the first leg. Patrick van den Boogaard.
That's the perfect start for Patrick. Nice 15 darter. And once again, great sportsmanship there from Robbie. Getting very
Second leg, Robbie
now.
to first. Game on.
Robbie hasn't started this match at all again.
45.
Worrying signs, Matt. Strongly recommend he doesn't go to the competition. I think he's looking forward to seeing Corrin and Simon Whitlock tonight. I think he
100.
needs to rest that arm personally.
And you can do that. You can go to those competitions. You don't have to play. You can go just for the social aspect. Sometimes
60.
that's good to do something different, to get away from that environment. I know certainly when I started doing things like the YouTube channel, I was never happier than when I was on the tour doing that, because
54.
it meant I won't go back to my hotel room and sit in there moping, thinking about results or thinking about what's to come, everything other than what I was doing right there, where it just gives you something to focus on
46.
in that time. I know Ryan Searle sets himself very weird challenges as well when he, especially during that lockdown phase. He played Mario Kart in between tournaments, and his goal was to get, I think it's 3 stars you get
58.
on Mario Kart, and he wanted to complete all the races getting 3 stars, and that was his challenge all the time.
I reckon the challenge for the pair of us was to tidy up your room.
96.
It was disgusting.
It's quite funny because we used to blame each other as well for that one.
It was only beaten by Ryan Joyce.
140.
Speaking of Ryan Joyce, we've got Justin Hood, Happy Feet, coming tomorrow. Ryan
30.
Joyce's nickname should be Smelly
Patrick
Feet.
149.
This is looking like a big, big win for Patrick here.
57.
Robbie King
41.
came into
Patrick Khan 92.
Tuesday, top of the table. He left top of the table. Came into today, top of the table. He could be leaving in a Group C position. He could go
84.
from top to 4th.
$64. Patrick Khan 8.
It's tough to watch. He's been an absolute superstar. I knew there was something not right today.
Game shot on the second leg. Patrick van
is
den
just
Boogaard.
doing all Patrick can do is focus on his job and not watch his opponent there, but it just didn't
Third leg,
seem
Patrick
the
to
same.
serve first. Game on.
Your live in-play table moves Patrick van den Boogaard into 3rd position.
100.
Wesley Plazier seeing 2nd. He knows he's getting his Group B place. John Henderson,
125.
top of the table. We'll see him on Saturday. Who will be joining Wesley Plazier, though, in Group B? It's going to be one of the 2 men playing this game. And at the moment, going the way of Patrick van den Boogaard.
131.
And more I think Robbie could do with going into Group B, just so he can rest their arm another maybe 6 hours, 7 hours longer.
81.
Yeah, it seems to be that last dart, doesn't it? Like they're hyperextending his elbow over the past few days.
$140.
And I think there's 2 things that are happening here. We're focusing so much on the downturn here of Robbie King, and with forgetting that
45.
actually Patrick van
Khan
den Boogaard
130.
is offering a bit of a towel in here, an average of nearly 94. He's finding plenty of the big stuff. Completely outscoring Robbie King.
Big 14
90.
to leave tops.
$41. Patrick Khan 40.
For a 13 darter. This has been his nemesis, to be fair. He hasn't been able to see out matches.
20.
You'd be delighted to look over and see Robbie's on 209.
97. Patrick Khan 20.
Double 10. Put himself a leg
Game
away.
shot on the third leg. Patrick van den
Robbie
Boogaard.
King is in big, big trouble. He does have the throw in this leg, but he's averaging well under the 70s.
Fourth leg, Robbie to throw first. Game on.
It's been by far his worst performance statistically. Big drop off. A big drop down
45.
the table. Patrick van den Boogaard needed a big victory
134.
in order to move himself into one of those qualification places. Right now there is very little resistance from Robbie King,
81.
who's yet to even get down to a double in this match. Has been a clinical, polished performance from Patrick.
58.
That's where he wants that first start to be. He was thrown with
100.
purpose and pace.
$93.
Good use of the board there. Patrick van den Boogaard chasing round to the 18s to find his big conversion on the treble.
45.
And that may be the last damaging blow that he's going to need It's in his hands. A potential 4-0 victory in a game he needed to win big.
137.
And an error again.
45.
Sloppy
Patrick
dart,
Carr,
lost the line.
79.
That offers Patrick 6 darts to convert the big victory that is required.
71.
And that miss there from Robbie King allowed Patrick van den Boogaard the opportunity to set up rather than chasing round to a much less preferred double.
77.
And he's
Patrick Carr,
picked
8.
the 2 4s for the 4.
Game shot in the
And
match.
that
Patrick van den Boogaard.
concludes the Group A action here on Week 11 at the MODUS Super Series. Patrick van den Boogaard, a nice clinical performance there, a 4-0 success over Robbie King, who just did not perform in that game. No scores of a ton 40 or a 180, no darts at a double, and he drops down the table from the first position, where he started the day, down to 4th. For Patrick van den Boogaard, we'll see him in Group B, where he's going to be joining his fellow countryman and travelling partner for the week, Wesley Plazier.
Thank you very much, Matt. Now, if I told you at the beginning of the day, Glenn, that Robbie King was going to finish 4th in the group, was going to be playing Group C darts on Thursday and Friday, you probably would have said, what on earth have I been doing last night?
Yeah, I would have said Robbie King was going to win the group, is because he was my pick on Monday, and I knew there was something not quite right about his performance today. And clearly, anyone who watched that game there, you can see it's more medical. He's holding his arm there, and what's worrying is that's the elbow as well. And if he's hyperextending that elbow because of 3 consecutive days, we're only halfway through the contest so far, so worrying signs.
And the difference between Group B and C is the fact that Group C will start at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and Group B begins at 10 o'clock. Now, if he could have sneaked into B, then he would have had round about 36 hours.
Yeah, which might only be a short-term hit. You know, he might get through his first game tomorrow, no problem, but it is worrying because when you've got an injury to your elbow or, you know, your shoulder, it needs time. And like I said, I don't know the full diagnosis of what the issue is. Let's hopefully it's something he can sort out overnight.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about what we have seen then today. These are the results in full for day 3. Well, it kicked off with a 4-3 victory for Wesley Plazier. It ended with a 4-0 victory for Patrick van den Boogaard, which is enough to see him into Group B on Thursday and Friday night. But really, it was John Henderson who was the star of the show. He really has been since Monday afternoon here at the Super Series. Now, he kicked off with a 4-1 victory against Robbie King, and we thought at this point this could be a pivotal result. Robbie, at the time, top of the table, taking out that finish, as we can see here, to win the match, and then he kind of never really looked back from here.
It was a masterclass of a day. It was the perfect day, 5 wins out of 5, and a great interview with you at the end just to tell you how he's feeling. And he's playing with a bit of a smile on his face, and it can be quite draining when you're on the Pro Tour and you can see your rankings go down. You can even fall out with the love of the sport. You know, you're talking to the right man regarding that, but he always had that belief that he wants to still play with the elite players of the world, and yeah, he's getting opportunities with the MODUS Super Series, and he's grabbing it with both hands.
Well, the first performance, the first result was impressive in terms of what it did to the table. The second performance was just impressive altogether, 111 average in getting the better of Wesley Plazier. And this is what we know this man has got in his locker in abundances.
Yeah, there was just some really big wins today, and this performance was staggering. It was spectacular. 111 average. I mean, we were looking at the record books in leg 3 because it was at 123 average going into it. So it was a really fabulous, and just the 4 from 5 on the checkouts, that 92 finish as well, some 180s. Just, you know, he played the perfect game.
He came up on this balcony, he had a chat with me. It was a very honest interview about his reflections, and you've been in a similar situation, dropping off tour. Yeah. How difficult is it once you know that you're off the tour? What does that do to the mind?
Yeah, I think it's slightly different because my game, my throw and everything had gone. John Henderson, Scott Mitchell, they're not playing bad darts. They're playing very good darts, actually. But all of a sudden you get the wrong draws. You know, all of a sudden you're losing 6-5s. And John was never playing bad. Andy Bolton, very much in the same sort of criteria. So mine was slightly different. I was relieved when it was all over in the end because I was playing so poorly. It wasn't very good on the mind, but what's been good about John, Andy Bolton, Scott is their desire to get back, and they're using the platforms that are here now to elevate them to where they want to be, and they'll be firing on all guns come Q-Skill.
And I suppose that, especially the first time that players that come here, I suppose there's a different expectation. There's an expectation to perform, especially when they're big names to go and hit the front money. But when you're in that situation where you drop off and you haven't picked up results, if the first few months after that tour card don't go well, can it lead to regression? Because then you're chasing your tail on a secondary tour. Yeah,
and I'm trying to sort of rack my brain with examples. Maybe Andy Hamilton's coming tomorrow as well, you know, former number 2 of the world, and, you know, sort of went down and never really got back. He's still playing some really good darts, so it might be a better question for them. So it's really important. And what's important is the opportunities the players are getting who lose the card now. Some players are choosing not to go to Q-Skill because the opportunities that are in amateur darts right now, maybe, you know, just previous when you lost your card and went 3 months without not really playing well, the opportunities aren't there and you can go missing. Whereas now, it's not the end of the world if you lose your tour card.
John Henderson, though, very much looking to get it back at the beginning of 2024. Well, Jared Cole treated us to a second 170 of the week. Now, he was having some changes between the glasses, the no glasses. What's your opinion on that?
The glasses, no glasses. And at the beginning of the week, he changed darts as well. So he's really in a situation where he is fighting with himself. One of the most unpredictable, inconsistent performances I've seen from a player at the MODUS Super Series, from the sublime to the ridiculous, from the brilliant to the poor. And he needs to find it. I still think there's a story for Jared Cole this week. I think he has a real good chance in Group C to get through and get through at the canter.
With him, and I suppose we can say the same about Michael Huntley at the same time, is it about ignoring what's happened here because you've been placed into Group C? For example, Justin Hood, Andy Hamilton, Alan Tabern are coming into it on 0 points. They haven't played this week, so it's a fresh tournament for them. So do they have to go into that with a fresh tournament mindset and leave the first 3 days behind?
Absolutely. That's exactly what I've just said to Mike Huntley. He said, I feel like I've got a bit of confidence now. If Jared Cole sees his name at the top of the table after winning tomorrow, if Michael Huntley sees his name at the top of the table at Group C after a win tomorrow, the dynamics change. You change as a person. Your belief changes. And it's the best feeling you can have in darts is that winning feeling. One thing about the MODUS Super Series of Group A is if you're having a tough campaign, it can really affect you going forward. I have high hopes and expectations for the guys. It's Robbie King where my concerns are right now.
Well, let's have a look and see how the table ends up then, because we haven't even had the opportunity to properly talk about Patrick van den Berhade because, well, he's been consistent all the 3 days. He hasn't had a day where he's gone blitzing through, but he's done enough on every single day to put himself in that position. Those 8 wins have been split across fairly evenly.
I really like Patrick van den Berhade. I think he's, like I say, he's technically sound. He's beginning to find his doubles as well. Like I said, the motivation in the middle of today was a big concern for me. He'll be delighted with that. Just remember, this guy isn't playing a lot of darts. This guy was played on the Euro Tour. This guy's represented Holland. So you know mug when you can represent your country in the WDF system. And like many players, he's had personal reasons why he wasn't playing much darts. He bought a new home, etc. But the MODUS Super Series has given him that opportunity. I wonder if something inside's been sparked again. And it's great to see. And he'd be delighted with 3rd place. Interesting that he's going to be in the same group with Wesley. I don't know right now if that's a positive or a negative.
Interesting that. So we're midway through the week. So let's see how the bracket breaks down then and see what we're going to see what's going to happen on Thursday and Friday respectively. Now, John Henderson is straight through to Saturday night. He's our Group A winner, but we're looking at 2 groups, and I'm looking particularly at Group C there. Justin Hood, Andy Hamilton, Alan Tabern, Mike Huntley, Jared Cole, Robbie King. Only 2 are getting through that.
Yeah, that's going to be, like I said, I'm going to stick with Justin Hood. I really am a fan of Happy Feet. And like I said, I think the second place there would be really tough. I wouldn't surprise me if Jared Cole finds something. Andy Hamilton will have a big say. That aggression, that tenacity, he'll want to get there. I'm opposite to you. I'm looking at Group B, and I'm thinking stacked.
Gary Stone, will he feel like now he's had so many near misses, he's hit the post so many times, is he going to think, this time I want to get over the line?
You've seen the brilliance of John Henderson. Gary Stone was the tournament favourite going into this morning. That's how good Gary Stone is. He is still work in progress, he feels. He's winning a lot of tournaments locally. He's a massive scorer. His biggest critic is himself. And I think Matt's been talking to him today that he's going to stay off social media. So I think he's sort of listening to some of the suggestions. Gary Stone is a mega player. And like I said, it's a real tough week with Hendo. When you put Gary Stone in the mix, can't wait to see him play.
This has been good fun so far, hasn't it?
Always is, always is. The Group A was a very tough one, and I think the best is yet to come.
Well, those are the words of the three-time Lakeside champ Glenn Dowen. He's going to be in commentary with Matthew Aker for the remainder of the week. Double session day on Thursday and Friday. We're going to be back from 1 o'clock on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel before joining viewers on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 p.m. But as far as Group A is concerned, well, we're going to have a big Hendo weekendo. Me and Duzza, we're off for a Palmo. See you later.